Bum, 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 bum. Boo. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Oh man, might have a bit of a doozy today. That's okay. What's up, Big Jerry? How's it going, buddy? How is it going, bud? Boom, boom, boom. Close that. Open this. There's a bunch of stuff happening. There was also the Wisconsin gubernatorial debate with another DSA candidate in Francesca Hong. Francesca Hong, rather, not Wong. Hong. That's cool. I know it's something that, like, a lot of the blue MAGA weirdos are mostly doing, or saying that, oh, hey, basically saying that, well, a bunch of them are, like, backing away from the DSA sort of platform, the national platform to be specific. Because I think there was like an interview, a Fox News interview of one of the national co-heads of DSA, and a lot of these like weirdos are like hyper specifically fixating on that. Do they not understand that the followers, not the followers, but that local DSA chapters and state DSA chapters are typically going to have differing positions in comparison to that of the national sort of DSA platform, because every state has its own needs or something. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's something that should not be rocket science, but for like a lot of people it seems to be rocket science for some reason. Oh, yeah, I've been doing a bunch of work as well off stream, as always. That's fun. We are about to become farmers. Very cool. Want probably this one should be the corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Corn. Or rather, this one should be corn. Wheat. But today is going to be a very Palestinian day, for lack of a better term. Much Palestine. Very wow. We can just get a little silly with it. If we can just be a little silly. Just some silly guys a little bit, you know? Lovely. Corn. Mostly the thing we need more of is the Yosei berries. This stuff doesn't really matter as much. But Daho, aren't you gonna, like, bake these things into goods? No. I most certainly am not. So I do not care about that. Oh, I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Goodness. Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, we're almost ready to advance to the next phase, although I'm probably not going to advance quite yet. Quite. Because I would like to establish some of the previous production chains that we're still missing. We still need sulfur. We still need a couple of other things. I need compacted coal for some future-proofing purposes, mostly. And I also need a couple other things. Why does nothing come out of this exit here for the conveyor belts? Interesting. Well, 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 if it isn't putis. Putis. Putis! Yeah, okay, buddy. Fucking says you putingus. Literal the biggest putis in the putis of putis. No, it's what you deserve. In my personal opinion, you deserve to be cut off, you son of a bitch. You can pogo me all you want. I won't care. Still laughing at the Toyotathon meme. What? What? Has no idea what's going on. It's not paying attention.
Putis!
Oh, there's the other putis. Oh. Yeah, that fucking AI meme is so goofy. Well, all I know is that U-235 is dumb and cringe and stupid. Dab? Dabs again. And then dabs a third time.
Putis!
Yeah, okay. Cope. Alright, so why are the belts not belting? Can you belt, please? Are they bugged? Well, you know what, Boy Meets Mini? It gets more interesting. So stay tuned. So are we not, like, okay. Is there... Why are the belt outputs for these things not working? Is my question. Belt output for Satisfactory farming mod not working. Farming mod buildings can be improved as you continue to... Oh, it's a harvester that harvests the plots for you. That's what it is. It's one of the fucking attachments. Right. Right. Okay. I've not used this mod in a while. So for now, all these putises are just going to be kind of stuck in here. Okay. Well, I'm just going to call U-235 a cringe put, and then move on with my life.
Putis!
Yeah, cope and seethe, Jack. Also, we are getting close to being done with this phase, but I'm probably still going to stay a bit on this phase for a little longer. Budaho. I thought you wanted to get fuel power and stuff. Well, I do. But like I said, I need to reintegrate everything for all our shit. Yeah, Mom, it's just a phase, man. Fuck you. And by the way, the reason why I didn't start with doing anything with this mod yet is because you really need smart splitters to make these things work. You really need those smart splitters. That's why we got AI limiters going now. You really need those smart splitters, though. Very important. Isn't quite enough to maintain parity, but it's fine for now. I don't care if I'm consuming too much dirt. You're gonna go dirt tasting. You don't need smart splitters for that, to be honest. But oh, you're just cutting your early game production in half. You really don't need that much early game production. What I'm doing is the wholeheartedly overboard. The structure that I've built for myself is not sustainable, but it will eventually become sustainable. I forgot to put a road pillar here. Very important. We'll destroy all the foliage and everything as necessary soon enough, but for now, we don't have the tools to be able to do that. Unless I want to nuke them, but I don't really want to nuke. What do you mean? I love being affordability. Affordability. I love the EPA, folks, let me tell you.
Fake news.
No, you're fake news. Put this.
Wrong.
I'm gonna eat you and can kill you.
Do you see now all this murder and you still aren't based?
I'm more based than all of you, actually. Do you see now all this murder and you still are Boy Meets Minnie? Do you see now all this putis and you still aren't putis? How do you plead that you are not putis? You know, I'm wondering, instead of like affordability, imagine something like sustainability. You know? I think that'd be funny. Sustainability, sustainability, you know? I may be onto something. I may be cooking up something fierce. Sustainability, sustainability. I don't think, honestly, if Donald Trump came out pro Green New Deal, for example, I don't think much of his base would give much of a shit at all. I mean, they don't have any original thoughts in their brains. They're incapable of basic thought patterns. I don't know. I don't think they would really care, Boy Meets Minnie. If he did Medicare for all, they'd love it. Yeah, but he hates his constituents, so. But whatever. The New York coastal city elitists will always shine through. I just got fucking putist right there. Did you see that? Big fucking putis. Major fucking put. But I'm kind of pushing the limits of the base at the moment. Mostly in terms of vehicle fuel. It's already being pushed in terms of throughput problem. We have throughput problems, in fact, but... in terms of power, not so much. We have plenty of power. Power is not an issue. In terms of a bunch of other stuff, we are having some issues. Mostly pushing the limits of this base in the respect of, other things. Potate. Potate. Cross the orange curtain tomorrow for the entire day tech conference in the OC. Boy Meets Minnie, the tech conference guy? What are you, fucking cringe? What are you, fucking putis? Now that's a fucking putis right there.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors.
But why did you lose subscribers?
Do it.
Okay.
I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Cause you're cringe, obviously. Because you're fat, boy. I guess we should play the other animation that El Fortus Netus always references to. And we'll do that. Our favorite Fortus fucking putis mutis. We're gonna have to play the family-friendly version, I suppose. Seriously, who killed the Heavy? The Heavy is dead. This is we're channeling El Fortus Netus right here. This is an El Fortus Netus moment.
It is good there to be not dead.
I'm gonna make you dead.
I'm dead.
The Heavy is dead.
Yes, I am dead.
Why is the heavy dead?
I don't know. I think it was...
You are dead.
Okay.
What's up, you wankers? Who's up for it? Ah, what the bloody hell just happened? The heavy is dead. The heavy is dead. Correct. So, did you see?
There are so many fucking sound bites that Ford has gotten alone from just this one dumbass animation. But it's funny, so who cares?
The murderer.
No, sorry, mate.
I will find him. I will capture him. And no one will ever die again.
Ah, now that's nice. Proud of
Attention! The heavy is dead. We know who killed him. We don't know.
I will find clues. What's that? A weapon? That thing is why the heavy is dead.
The heavy is dead?
Yes. He died.
Move! No!
Ha 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 ha! Heavy is back! Ah, never mind.
In my medical opinions, that heavy is dead.
Doc, what happened?
My professional opinion?
This was such a popular animation that I think they actually got all of the voice actors for the characters to voice the lines. It's good.
The heavy was killed.
Oh, God. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Well, now what?
Heads up, ladies. Clippity clop, everybody. Look at this. The freaking heavy's dead. What do you think of that?
Yes, scout.
Yeah.
Go home.
Ah, come on. Freaking unbelievable. No, seriously, awesome.
Okay, let's get back to the point.
I think Heavy is dead.
The heavy is dead.
I can hear you.
Oh, shit, is me. Who killed Heavy?
It was me.
Oh, yes.
I did it like this.
Wait, U235, you don't know Heavy is dead? How do you not know this? I don't play Team Fortress 2 and I know this shit. Well, mostly because of Ford. That's why I know about this. He has so many just... I think he... just from this one animation alone, I think he has like 15 different sounds.
That's the joke, lads. It was him.
How did you know?
I didn't. That was a joke. I did.
That's right. It was me.
You monster.
But why?
Because you're fat, boy. And another thing, you're ugly.
Engineer, stop! Engineer, you are so big! He's not funny.
Come on.
Engineer!
Oh, damn it, Heavy. Fuck off. You're dead.
No! You You are dead! No big surprise.
Well, that was idiotic. Off to hang myself. Off and learn. Oh, what? What?
I am alive! He's nice. Yes, this is stupid.
You pow! And now we all have an understanding of the inner machinations of El Fortus Netus. Very important. Does everyone understand El Fortus fucking Netus? Very, very important. That everyone understands. Yes. It's too bad El Fortus Netus was not here to celebrate him. Okay, I'm kind of joking. I'm like half joking there. I'm being half serious actually when I say that. Cut, you're fat, boy. But why? Because you're fat, boy. It's good. What is this? Oh no, it's a U235. Oh no. Everyone, run to the hills. U235, put a link in chat. What is this? It's 27 minutes long. And I see something in my recommended Naruto versus Akatsuki members Jubilee parody. A lot going on here. I will watch this on my own, but it's probably funny. I have 5.4 million views. God damn. Age restricted based on community guidelines, of course. It's probably funny. TF2 animations are all funny. Daho, they're slightly problematic. Yeah, so was YouTube during that whole time. It's always been problematic. If they weren't problematic, it would not have been memorably funny. It's a Mass Effect YTP. Well, in my professional opinion, the Heavy is dead. That's just my professional opinion. Daho, you're not a professional. You're currently unemployed. God damn it, I didn't place these correctly. God damn it, head fuck off. Oh, so Popo Toto. Oh, so Popo Toto. All right. I can't believe that Libbers meets Minnie loves Mass Effect. Dang Libbers. Liberal. You know, these things used to make a lot of sound. They used to be very annoying. I wonder what happened to them. Because you're fat, boy. We're now growing wheat. And we are now growing corn. No one speak of the fact that we're growing corn. No one do it. Nobody can speak of this. We are going to go over the Professor Dave video. We're going to do it. I assume that's what you're probably referring to, correct, Boy Meets Minnie? We will go over the Professor Dave video because they are so very mad. I'm short 2 carrots. The fuck? But first we're gonna go over the Channel 5 video, and then we'll go over, of course, the Destiny Loves Genocide video, which is true. By the way, these biomass capsules, you want to know what we can do with them? Turn them into biomass. Guess what we're going to do with that biomass, Boy Meets Mini? This is probably going to be the first instance ever of biocoal being useful. Biocoal. I took a look at the recipe, and it's not a great recipe. But it's free. Essentially. It's not the greatest recipe in the planet, but hey. I mean, these produce about, let's see, 16, about 80 per minute. It's a decent amount of coal. I mean, eventually we can grow mycelia, which will let us make more biomass, which will let us make more biocoal. But I can also use those to transport them into a bunch of these things right here. Yeah, we got biomass heaters as well. We can use them to generate just free, clean power. Ooh, and soon we can start making these solar power towers. Ooh. Those will be fun as well to experiment with. I don't exactly know what these do. I mean, we do make versatile frameworks, but for now we need them for the other thing. Very cool. But for now, we're just going to be waiting around, waiting for stuff to grow. And I mean, we're getting close to being done with Phase 2. I do need to remember, go to the hub. What exactly we're going to get out of some of this stuff? I think we're about to get our first modules for our farming plots, which we would like to have because that'll definitely increase our growing rates of stuff. Irrigation module, so that's going to make things grow faster. What's up, Doc? What the? Fucking Bugs Bunny references? What the? So that'll get us the irrigation module. That's can be used for water or fertilizer, but we don't have the ability to make fertilizer yet. This is for cooking muffins. Corny. We can make bread and muffins. The fuck is a wheat muffin? Do I want to know? Whatever. More importantly, what we're going to get is this stuff right here. This is the more important recipes, to be honest. The greenhouse module is, again, I think it doubles the growth rate for your crops. So very, very good to get. We can use cotton to make fabric. And we can also start to grow mycelia, which is good for biomass. And these yosei berries will be used for something later. But they'll be used for something eventually. But these things are also very, very important. For now, we'll just stick what we have in here, since I'm here anyways. Well, like I said, I'm gonna even when phase 2 is gonna be done with the objective up there, I'm still gonna stick in phase 2 for a little bit. Really the only reason why I want to head to the next phase is just to get my hands on the next tier of belts, mostly. And then we'll concern ourselves with oil-based products. But for now, I mostly just want the next tier of belt. Because the 3s are not cutting the mustard. And we're already making cased in iron beams and steel beams and shit like that, so we already have the production for all that, all good. Well, we do also have the 3.5s, which are 400 per minute. But 480 is good. I would have liked it if it was 500 because most of the things that utilize my screw recipes are 250 per minute, and being 20 off per minute is annoying, but whatever. And also, we're going to be... the reason why we also have this farming mod is because of something very important that we're going to get our hands on eventually. And that thing is going to be automating all of these guys. You heard it right. The creation of power slugs and whatnot from the lizard dogs, and even alien proteins, will be completely automated. It will all be totally automated, which will be fantastic. But we'll need a bunch of stuff first. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, because I feel like I'm about to shit my fucking pants, and then we'll get started with, I might as well also grab some water and everything, and then we'll get started with Channel 5. But I'll be right back, gamers. 9/11 petition against Mamdani is astroturfed. What the fuck is this? On Sunday, the New York Post ran a story, stay away, thousands of 9/11 families demand Mamdani be banned from 25th anniversary. Okay. Sure, man. Well, like, what's even the allegation? I just don't understand, like, what is the purpose of doing this? It's just strange. I don't understand. Did you say he's Muslim? I guess, yeah. Alright. Well, let's get started, shall we? Well. Last time we left off with Andrew Callaghan and Channel 5, they were going around in the West Bank and Palestine, and they just got detained by the IDF. And there's been some interesting footage of how Palestinians' everyday existence within the West Bank is, how they have to deal with settlers consistently, and also talking with aid organizations and also documentarians like Louis Theroux, talking about the general bullshit the Palestinians have to deal with on a daily basis because of the apartheid, the genocide that the Israelis are conducting against the Palestinians. Again, every human rights organization and pretty much everyone is in a consensus and agrees this is apartheid, it's genocide, period, end of story, free Palestine, blah, 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 blah. Andrew, and, well, the continuation of the documentary, rather. What do you got for me, buddy?
My experience being detained by the Israeli army was strange. There was no crime committed except for filming a camcorder shot of an illegal settlement, and for that, I was questioned relentlessly, mainly on why I'd be in a car full of the bad guys, aka Palestinians, as an American citizen. After taking Musa's keys and all of our passports, they allowed me back in the car.
He said not to leave yet.
Then made us wait for 2 hours while they drank Coca-Cola and doom-scrolled on their phones at a nearby watchtower. The arbitrary theatrics of it all reminded me of the process of getting into Palestine in the first place, which is only possible for Palestinians by entering the West Bank through Jordan. All in all, the process took 8 hours. Despite the crossing...
Yeah, again, so this is also part of the whole sort of shtick with the genocide and the apartheid state that Israel is essentially carrying out here. The point is all about controlling of movement, very, very often. And the reason why Israel does this specifically is for, well, one reason and one reason only. You control the movement, you control like where they're going. You're going to be more likely to know where a lot of these people, generally speaking, are going to be moving and walking, and it makes it a lot easier for you to control said populace. And obviously, everything that Israel is doing in terms of its conduct of the the Palestinians and its actions against the populace within the West Bank is obviously illegal under international law. Which is why I always find it very funny that liberals, for example, love to say that they are proponents of international law and they care about liberalism, but they're like okay with this shit specifically. You know, it just makes you think.
Being over less than
the fact that they also have to go through Jordan to get into the West Bank is so fucking stupid. Like, they need to get into Jordan, so they need to have a passport to be able to get into Jordan, and then they have to go back in through Jordan to get to the West. It's fucking stupid. The purpose of it is, again, limiting a fucking movement.
mile in distance, it contains a grueling customs process that involves 3 checkpoints, 2 buses, 3 bag checks, and a final interrogation by an Israeli border agent, where you're essentially given a vibe check, asked a couple questions, and if they don't like your answers, you're banned from both Palestine and Israel for 5 years. During my interrogation, I told him that I was headed to the party in Tel Aviv because of the repressive atmosphere of anti-Semitism in the U.S. dating market. He bought the story and let me in. But anyways, eventually, we were all released without charge and back on the highway toward Hebron. A path that...
Would that be... Okay, I'm just a little fucking curious. I do find it funny how the dude made the fucking clavicular reference, because clavicular, like, unironically did go to did go to fucking Israel in order to do, like, basically a propaganda tour within Israel, which is hilarious in of itself. Like, some of the interviews that he was doing with, like, Israeli media was some of the funniest shit on the planet. Like, he was constantly talking about, yeah, dude, I mean, you guys are, like, I don't know, not looking good, and everyone fucking hates you, so you guys giving me such a rough interview is just not very smart. And it's just like, I mean, he's technically speaking, clavicular is not actually wrong there, in a very, very technical respect. He is, you know, correct in saying that, yeah, everyone fucking hates Israel's guts for various reasons. You know, turns out violating international law. Not actually, not very, very cool, it turns out. Not a lot of people are sort of in agreement with, well, the actions of Israel in particular. Who would have fucking thought? Wait, what do you mean by he was dating Miss Hasbara herself? Who the fuck? Who? Wait, is he dating one of those, like, fucking weirdo IDF girls? Yo. Wait, does he have, like, one of those, like, weirdo IDF, like, propaganda girls, in his, like, OnlyFans pimping business? Yo, that's so fucking funny. She's their TikTok manager? That's fucking hilarious, dude. Anywho, yeah, I mean, technically speaking, clavicular is correct in saying that, you know, guys, I don't know. You guys shouldn't be giving me such a rough time in a rough interview, because they were, like, grilling him over, like, the you know, the Kanye West song, the Heil Hitler song, or whatever. And you know, like, clavicular was, like, kind of being particularly evasive about it. Sure, whatever. I don't know. A bunch of, like, fucking losers are all fighting one another. I don't really give a shit. So, talking about a lot of that stuff in particular, I always find to be very, very funny, from, like, clavicular, where he's, like, trying to, like, I don't know, clean up Israel's image for them as much as he can. But I don't know, dog. I don't think, like, clavicular is going to be able to help you out there in terms of, well, cleaning up Israel's image. Clavicular himself also has a lot of image problems as well.
Divided by separate highways, constant military checkpoints, and infinite repetitions of those big red signs, which the Israeli army puts up to scare visitors away from Palestinian enclaves.
This road leads to Area A under the Palestinian Authority. The entrance for Israeli citizens is forbidden, dangerous to your lives, and is against the Israeli law.
By the way, it's purposefully confusing, because if you're, like, a tourist or whatever, you see this, it's big in red, it's kind of scary, and it's just like, what the fuck is an Area A? Because let's be honest here, does anyone have an in-depth knowledge for as to how the Oslo Accords work? No. No one's got that in-depth knowledge, all right? And as a result of that, people are just gonna be like, man, fuck that. I don't want to, like, learn about this and try to get into trouble or anything. So they're more likely to not go into particular segments and areas within Palestine.
As mentioned, our driver, Musa, hails from the Aida refugee camp back in Bethlehem.
Welcome to Aida refugee camp. It's about 5,000 people live in this camp. Half of this number are young people and children.
He wanted to show us Hebron, to show us a more intimate example of urbanized apartheid in the West Bank.
We are in Hebron now, talking about the colonizer, how they saw the people houses, how the Palestinian family dealing with all of that.
The whole physical infrastructure is constructed in such a way that Palestinians are made invisible. The way the roads are constructed, the ways in which life takes place inside the cities, in a kind of...
By the way, and yeah, this is a great point here by Louis Thoreau. Another thing that very often the Israelis engage with in terms of a lot of their behaviors is very often it tries to make them look as, the Palestinians rather, look as scary and spooky as possible, to make people be like, oh, these guys are obviously evil, look in the terrible sort of place that they're living in, right? It's all for the express purpose of the ethnic cleansing, and the, because... of the ethnic cleansing, the dehumanization of Palestinians. Because you saw those alleyways. They looked kind of sketchy. You don't really want to go there now, do you?
factual and practical way has been sequestered and made invisible.
In Hebron, you'll see Israeli settlements physically built over top existing Palestinian communities, something you can't really see anywhere else. After we arrived, Musa introduced us to one of his friends, a local from Hebron, to get a more in-depth view of the city.
I'm sure some people watching might be wondering why your face is blurred. Could you kind of give us a little explanation? I used to appear in my faces in many interviews and occasions, but after October the 7th, this became something really risky because in November 2023, I discovered that my face was published in a Telegram and WhatsApp group for settlers. They call it Eliminating the New Nazis.
As we explained last...
By the way, also another thing is this guy will have no fucking idea if potentially he might just get fucking snagged by the IDF. That's also another angle that you need to consider in terms of all of this. Brody over here could potentially just get grabbed up by the IDF and just thrown into one of those fucking jails where his dumbass is never fucking coming out.
Last episode, settlers, as they're called, are illegal occupants in the West Bank of primarily Jewish heritage and foreign, non-Israeli nationality. They take it upon themselves to harass, intimidate, and sometimes kill Palestinians with impunity in an effort to gradually erase and replace the Arab population.
Just the lethality of it and the extent to which the objective of the settlers is, for many of them, it's to drive the Palestinians out.
For Palestinians who resist settlers in any way, even ideologically, their names, identities, and addresses are logged into dissident databases, like the one our guy just mentioned, and posted to social media to encourage further harassment.
I found my profile picture from Facebook, and they added their own touch to it, where they put...
By the way, this is literally the exact same fucking doxing campaigns that far righters do consistently, and you know who else does this kind of shit? Fucking Destiny. Almost as if he got it from somewhere. I'm just saying.
A sniper lens on my head with my name, claiming that I'm a dangerous activist, which is really weird because I've never done any sort of activism. I'm not an activist. But this is one of the reasons. It's really risky, and I don't want to risk it. That's the main reason, actually.
The first person he introduced me to was a disabled veteran of the Second Intifada, panhandling for change on the street, something that apparently has been quite common since October 7th.
جمال بدر أبو علان فلسطيني مصاب في ظهري رصاصة 35 سنة ما في لا رواتب ولا في عنا حدا يمد إيده إن The PA, and because a lot of pressure from America and Israel, they cut off his salary.
Like many veterans, Jamal lost his benefit.
Yeah, why am I not fucking surprised? Whoa, an old man who's just trying to basically survive and live out the rest of his, like, I don't know, twilight years, is getting, well, I guess for, like, lack of a better term, just getting fucking bullied, of course, by not only the United States, but also the Palestinian Authority, who are essentially just, like, stooges for, well, Israel at this point in time. It's great to see, guys. So great, dude.
As a direct result of Israeli pressure. As we discussed last episode, the governing body of Area A and some parts of Area B in the West Bank is called the Palestinian Authority, who were in control of the Gaza Strip until Hamas was elected into power in 2007. Compared to Hamas, the PA is moderate and have committed to non-confrontation with the Israelis since the Second Intifada wrapped up in 2005, which, as mentioned in our previous episode, was primarily caused by the collapse of two-state peace talks at the Camp David summit in 2000. Yet, in spite of the PA's good faith, Israel has continued to increase pressure on the PA.
This debt is not due to financial mismanagement, but rather to the...
And by the way, the PA is kind of seen as, like, amongst the Palestinians, is essentially seen as, like, the enforcement, like, watchdog for Israel specifically. And a lot of people really do not like the PA. Many people ask the question, like, well, Daho, why on earth would the Palestinians elect a terrorist organization like Hamas? Well, it's because of the moderate views of the PA. The fact that, again, a lot of incredibly fucking violent actions are being taken specifically by Israel, and essentially the one organization, the one body that's supposed to be an effective pushback against that, is basically doing nothing in order to stop that sort of action. It makes a lot of sense that a lot of the people are going to want more radical solutions to that problem. It's like I said before, if you make it such that justice is basically impossible, you're going to make it such that vigilantism and violence becomes inevitable, because everyone sort of has, like, this broader understanding that we're supposed to be living under a liberal international framework and a liberal international order. But for whatever reason, Israel gets exemptions when they constantly are flagrantly breaking international law, and that has been essentially corroborated by God knows how many UN and other various associations that have said that, yeah, what Israel is doing is blatantly fucking illegal under international law, under the UN Charter, under various other sort of treaties and organizations that have said, like, yeah, Israel is acting with sheer impunity, and what they are doing is absolutely fucking illegal here. For whatever reason, all of these the Israelis can seemingly get away with like literally anything, but if the Palestinians try to push back against that, all of a sudden they're the ones who who are the major fucking bad guys for pushing back against violent fucking aggression being conducted by Israel. It's just like, okay, dude, nice fucking meme.
Holding and theft of our funds by Israel.
Israeli banks control 64% of the PA's monthly tax revenue, roughly $188 million per month, and frequently withhold or deduct these funds to pressure the PA to meet their demands.
This is the 10th month in a row that we've not received a single penny of our money held by Israel.
This system of illegal revenue control prevents the PA from being able to provide basic social services like benefits for veterans. They've also devastated the West Bank's medical infrastructure by revoking the medical degrees of all Palestinian doctors and medical professionals who earn their degrees from non-Israeli universities.
Man, I wonder why they do that specifically. Oh, such that they have no way to have accredited doctors to be able to, well, essentially heal Palestinians for a lot of the actions that Israel fucking conducts that are, illegal under international law in terms of the violence that they conduct. I'm just saying.
Simultaneously calling for the assassination of any PA officials who so much as hint at the idea of a two-state solution after October 7th.
يعني عايشين من قلة الموت، ما في دخل، ما في شيء، بتنجبر انك تقول للناس اعطوني، تمد ايدك للناس، ما في لا دخل ولا فيهم، يعني بدك تحكي يعني الوضع صعب، الوضع صعب، يعني الساعة احنا اهون من اللي في غزة، بس برضه وضعنا صار بده شيء يشابه، شوي يعني قاعدين بنجر لوضع زي غزة وزيادة.
There's a de facto sense in which life becomes intolerable. I mean, they're doing this in Gaza, right? They're saying like incentivized immigration, saying like you just leave. So I think there's a sense in which they.
Well, again, this sort of plays into a historical allegory. This is the exact same thing the Nazis did as a way to try to incentivize, their sort of like German ethno-state by essentially trying to politely say to Jewish people that were living in there, saying, hey, I mean, you can just like leave, smile. If you just leave, then everything's going to be like totally chill and okay. Like, there's not going to be any big problems here for you, little bro. And that's obviously a ridiculous demand to make of really anyone. Anyone would just look at that and be like, what, are you fucking ridiculous? No. No one should be expected to leave from their homes because of a highly aggressive, psychotic fucking wannabe ethno-state wanting to be fucking established. That's ridiculous. That is a nonsensical sort of demand to be made on the fucking Palestinians. But for whatever reason, the current liberal international world order is helping to maintain this current system of apartheid for Israel. For, again, them feeling bad about the Holocaust. It's like, to say that this is not like oxymoronic and ridiculous is just, it really just is kind of fucking crazy that we've gotten to this point where like Holocaust-esque conditions have essentially been fucking replicated, or like, well, Nazi-esque fucking conditions. I mean, the same thing happened with Jim Crow in the South and a whole bunch of other like apartheid systems in history. South Africa was also similar as well.
For many of them, certainly the far right, they just want the Palestinians to go. They see them as just an intractable problem that would have to be forced out.
Do you think that if Israeli society were to moderate a bit and kick out the fringe sort of Ben Gvir Smotrich element and initiate good faith talks with the PA, do you think that like a two-state peace solution is possible in the future based on what we've seen, or do you think things are too far gone and the cycle of revenge and trauma is so deep now that it's just going to?
I'll say my position on this real quick. I don't think a two-state solution is possible because Israel, as an entity in of itself, because again, this is a reasonable question here for specifically Andrew to be asking here, just to spurn some kind of like conversation or whatever. Personally, I don't think it's really possible to have a two-state solution because Israel just consistently makes it clear in terms of its positions that they just do not want the Palestinians to be there, and that the ethnic cleansing is the entirety of the point of all this. They themselves have made it extremely, extremely clear, right? Israel will do basically anything possible in order to, well, get their little fucking ethno-state. Very, 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 very clear. And they'll support terroristic actions in order to justify the construction of said ethno-state. And I mean, they have the backing of the world's most powerful economy and also military superpower behind them. So they have the ability to do that without really much problem whatsoever. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, dude, it's becoming more and more fucking clear that Israel is just not interested in any form of appeasement and is just not interested in sort of, I don't know, I guess for lack of a better term, behaving itself. Yeah, I guess behaving itself. They just want to be fucking evil, man. And sometimes, you know, Occam's razor and everything, sometimes the most simplest solution is the correct one, or simplest outcome is the correct one.
Be a nightmare for the rest of eternity.
I remember in 2011 thinking, wow, two-state solution seems really tough at this point. And actually, you know, because the settlement incursions are so huge, the level, like the border would be, you know, so they talk about population transfers, but you've got two non-contiguous terrains like Gaza and then the West Bank, and then also a very understandable sense of grievance. And a feeling on the Palestinian side is like, also there's right of return. Like, what about the houses we left in 48? Like, what about all the villages that were erased in 48?
Well, lots of families, they're still keeping the key and...
Yep, it's a good point there, actually, by Louis Theroux. And by the way, under the UN resolution of 1948, if the, which helped establish Israel as a state, of course, if the Palestinians want to return to their homes in a march of return, they can do that. They can literally do that. Under international law, under international treaty. They can do it. But Israel will never let them do that.
Even though they knows all their houses destroyed it in 1948, but it still gives them a hope that one day they will back again to their homes.
مدام الحكومة الإسرائيلية اللي فيها نتنياهو وحواليه ابن كبير وسموتري اللي هي مدام هذول العالم دي السلطة العوض الله، لأنه الشعب اللي كمان الشعب الإسرائيلي عودوا اللي هو نتنياهو عودوا إنه يصير مجرم، عودوا خلاه طلع مستوطنين شو بيسووا فيهن.
This is actually, I mean, listen, the dude's fucking correct here. Like, if you take a look at the average opinion of your average Israeli on this, they will just say, like, yeah, we should, even, like, the quote-unquote, like, liberals or centrist Israelis, you know what they constantly fucking say? Even they will just be like, oh, like, I mean, we have to keep going in terms of the genocide of the Palestinians. Absolutely. We can't give them any remorse whatsoever. Like, yeah, fuck them. They decided to attack us during October 7th. And just be, like, completely ignorant of, like, the basic conditions and sort of reasonings for as to what led up to an October 7th happening. They'll just be, like, completely ignorant of that and just say, like, oh, you know, we're just going to just say haphazardly so that, oh, yeah, absolutely, genocide? Meh, fuck it, who gives a shit? Like I said before, if you want something like even like a two-state solution to even be possible, you absolutely, and I mean you absolutely have to have some form of a occupation of the country, similar to that of what happened with racial integration in America, to essentially integrate the fucking races after, like, Jim Crow apartheid. That's the only thing that's sort of possible here. You have to basically force these guys to, you know, metaphorically get along, because otherwise the same tensions and flare-ups are just going to happen again, and it's just going to be the, well, same fucking shit show in who knows how long. Like, that's the fucking issue here. There has to be an occupation of the country for probably about, and I've said this before, probably about, like, 2 generations for there to be some form of movement in terms of having a integrated one-state solution. Because otherwise, it's just going to keep happening over and over again, because the Israelis have consistently proven themselves to be just unreliable.
من سياسة ابن كبير ومن سياسة اللي أعطاهم كلهم سلاح ويلا روح طخ طخ، شو بيسووا فينا؟ شو المستعمرات شو بيسووا فينا؟ كل يوم في زيادة، كل يوم في طخ، كل يوم في قتل، كل يوم في اعتقالات، وين السلطة هنا؟ شو اللي مفعول ليش؟
All right, let's talk about segregation.
That's
so
true.
much like the West Bank is split between areas A, B,
Listen, just like I said before, average fucking Palestinians also pretty much agree that the PA are essentially a tool for the fucking occupiers, right? Nobody fucking trusts the PA. There's no trust, generally speaking, anywhere. So do you really expect the Palestinians to sort of, like, go along to get along when they also think that their main representatives, who are supposed to represent them in terms of, like, legal disputes as, like, a governing body, if they also don't fucking trust them? No, it's gonna fucking fail, inevitably.
And C, the city of Hebron itself is split into 2 sections, H1 and H2. H1 comprises about 80% of the city and is home to around 120,000 Palestinians and operates under the full civil and security control of the PA. The remaining 20% of the city, H2, is entirely under Israeli military control. But H2 Israelis in Hebron aren't comfortable with the land they have. They want more of Hebron, often breaching the H1 barrier to harass and attack Palestinians.
وسخوا قنابل غاز وبيدمروا العالم وبيعذبوا على الناس وبيحرقوا سياراتهم من هالدمار. ما خليناش ندخل على البلد القديمة كمان وعلى الحرم. إنه إحنا من فلسطين وبيحصرونا وبيدمرونا. مفرق بالحلاوة يجوا يشنطوا قنابل وغاز وخلنا نقولوا الناس في ناس
That's the thing that they do all the fucking time. Yeah, all those like little weird because they'll have like they'll basically put like settlements and buildings like right above these like wire mesh things. And essentially they'll just like start throwing a bunch of garbage and like harassing Palestinians. Like again, like there is no sort of like way to basically fix this in a peaceful manner. Like you can't fix this in a peaceful manner. The only way forward is again an international coalition of the many, of everyone across the world, which means you also have to get the United States alongside with this. You have to fucking occupy Israel for at least 2 generations and force them to fucking integrate. That's the only solution to this problem. That's the only way this is ever going to get fixed.
ولاد صغار كمان خنقوهم.
And why do you think they do this?
لانه بده ياخذوا الاراضي وكل وقت ما عندنا بالحاره اجوا اليهود الاحتلال سكروا محل ما احنا ساكنين سكروا ما خلوش حدا يمشي منع تجول. احنا مشكلتنا مش مع اليهود مع الاحتلال الصهيوني.
Why do you think that's so hard to understand for people?
مو اليهود بيسووش شيء بس
Dude, even these 2 fucking kids understand to not do the conflation between Zionists and fucking Jews. Yeah, they fucking get it, dude. But it's okay. People within power of the United States of America and Zionists purposefully don't understand that because it's almost as if that's the point. That is literally the point of all the fucking propaganda.
المستوطنين واليهود وهدول بالاحتلال بياخذوا الاراضي وبكسروا بخلوش الناس يوصلوا على الاراضي. انه اليهود بيسووا لنا شيء اليهود بيسووا لنا شيء بس الاحتلال بيدمرونا بطخ علينا.
هذول الصهاينه والصهيوني انت مش تفهم معهم اصلا يهود بنفسهم مش متفاهمين معهم.
For a more in-depth history lesson with our local
Can't reason with a fucking Zionist. That's crazy, dude.
guide, we decided to sit down at a Palestinian coffee shop and get down to business.
Okay, guys, so before we start our walking tour, it's better to talk about Hebron in general. Hebron has one of the most complicated situations in the country because it's the only Palestinian city where you can find Israeli settlers living in the middle of it. If you go to Jerusalem or any other Palestinian city, you will find all the settlements located on the outskirts. But Jerusalem, actually, there are settlements located in the middle of the city, but what makes it different from Hebron, that sometimes when you walk in Jerusalem, you don't realize that you are passing by a settlement or you are inside a settlement.
Every corner in Jerusalem, they make it.
That's so... And here's the problem with this. These are ever-shifting sort of lines consistently, right? Ever fucking shifting. And that's kind of on fucking purpose. Like, think about it for like 3 seconds, right? The reason why a lot of this is purposefully fucking shifting is so then the Israelis have an excuse to essentially go after Palestinians who may violate those fucking borders because Palestinians are not allowed into the settlements, right? Gives them an excuse in order to be able to occupy, or not occupy, but to go after those Palestinians who may be breaking those shifting lines that they don't know that that was a fucking Israeli fucking settlement. It just like went up like literally yesterday. Like how the fuck are they supposed to know that? It's very, very fucking insidious.
It looked like as if they wanted to remind you that this is not Palestine's Jerusalem, it's Israel. And here you can see all those Israeli flags all over the place. And this whole contrast shows how there is this tired way of Israelizing Jerusalem, while in fact it does not really match the reality on the ground.
In a way, Hebron can be seen as a more intense version of Jerusalem, where while some Zionist settlements do exist, it's more of a destination for rabid bands of settler youth who flock to Temple Mount for occasions like Jerusalem Day with heavy security.
But this is not the case in Hebron because the areas where all the settlements is located.
Yeah, if you know anything about the Temple Day with like all the young settlers, yeah, those guys are fucking nutters.
In the middle of the city is not accessible for Palestinians.
So you have urbanized apartheid here,
yes,
comparatively to by Jerusalem, where you have sort of suburbs that are walled off,
yeah,
maybe a mile from the highway.
Here it's so obvious. You notice directly as soon as you arrive to the area.
And obvious it was. Here in Hebron in particular, you have apartheid segregation built into the urban core, which is not something you see elsewhere in the West Bank. Above this barbed wire chain link fence, there is an Israeli settlement that has physically been built over top of a Palestinian street that used to be the biggest commercial hub of the city until 2000. So as you can see, there's a 4-story apartment building right above me. They have a separate entrance to get inside of the street in front of it. They have Israeli flags in the windows, and it's totally inaccessible to any Palestinians.
By the way, I don't know, was it as bad as this as it was in apartheid South Africa? I have no idea. I almost want to say that it was not the case. That it was as bad as this in apartheid South Africa. I almost want to say it was not this bad because this is fucking insane, dude.
or foreigners who don't live there. So there's a total separate infrastructure that's been built illegally. But also, as you can see, there's a ton of like garbage, rocks, and different heavy objects that have been dropped onto the metal above me. All signs indicate have been thrown by the settlers onto pedestrians who walk down the street in Palestine.
You know, somebody said, oh, well, is there apartheid? You know, apartheid being the term that was used in South Africa for racial segregation. Does that exist in the West Bank? In my opinion, absolutely. The difference, though, you know, the apartheid in South Africa was explicitly literally about skin color and texture of hair. So it was all about racial identity. In the West Bank, what you have is a sense of there's two communities with different ethnic identities. And by the way, some of the Palestinians are Christian, but obviously most of them are Muslim, and they are subject to a different legal regime. And in certain respects...
Yeah, but listen, yeah, the Louis Theroux is correct here, but like, the Israelis don't give a shit, right? Like, it's always been, like, ethno-supremacists, but it's okay. The current, like, liberal international world order is just fucking protecting them. It's fucking insane.
I'd argue it's worse than apartheid. Like, it's more militarized, it's less functional. Like, life, I think, is more intolerable from what I observe and understand in the West Bank than it would have been in South Africa.
So we mentioned 2 dates so far. The year 2000, when the second intifada started, discussed last episode, and October 7th, 2023, the date of the Hamas attack on Israel, which resulted in the Gaza genocide and increased pressure campaign on the West Bank.
We will destroy Hamas. We continue to the end. Nothing will stop us. We will go to the end to victory, no less than that.
I'm cautious about framing the situation there as some kind of...
Also, again, the only reason why Benjamin Netanyahu is doing this, just a quick fucking reminder, is so his dumbass doesn't go to jail for, corruption charges. Yeah, he's literally doing all of this to stop his own dumbass from going to jail. In-fucking-credible, dude.
Ancient conflict or some unfixable stalemate between two frenzied religious groups. But to be fair, religious tension and violent clashes in Hebron go way back before the formation of Israel in 1948. Part of this is because the city carries as much religious significance for Muslims as it does for Jews.
And the most important part for them was this, the old city of Hebron. Why? Because the tomb of patriarchs is located here, where Muslims, Christians, and Jews believe that the Prophet Abraham and his wife Sarah, Isaac and his wife Rebecca, Jacob and his wife Leah, all of them are buried in a cave. And on top of that cave, a structure was erected later on, which became a mosque, and later on was divided to a mosque and a synagogue, a Jewish synagogue.
Abraham is the shared prophet of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Yes, for Jewish religion in general, this building considered the second important religious sites in the Jewish religion, and they also consider the Prophet Abraham the father of the Jewish religion, even though the Jewish religion came many years later after the Prophet Abraham.
To break it down, the Cave of the Patriarchs is one of the...
Wait, was it after the Prophet Abraham, the Jewish religion? I don't remember exactly what the fucking timeline in all of this is. I think it was? I don't remember. Where's our religious scholar Boy Meets Minnie in terms of the fucking timeline of all of this? The Jewish religion primarily came about over time with Moses and Jacob. Yeah, that was I believe that was after Abraham, right? I don't remember all the fucking order of the covenants, but it was it was Moses, and then it was fucking it was Jacob. Then was it Abraham? I don't remember exactly.
The most contentious sites in the world. Half the facility is a mosque for followers of Allah, and the other half is a synagogue for followers.
Yes, Jacob was given the name of Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Abraham was first. Oh, so it was Abraham and then Jacob, or then Moses, then fucking Jacob. Gotcha.
Followers of Hashem, all of whom rejoice in the shared worship of Prophet Abraham, whose wife and kids apparently rest in the caves below. He might also be there too. So the cave where Abraham lived is supposed to be 18 meters below us right now?
Yes.
And that's the entrance to the cave?
That's the main entrance to it. And only every morning at 9 a.m., the Palestinians who works here, they open the entrance to do an old tradition, which is lighting 4 candles and send it all the way down. So according to the story that was mentioned in the Genesis, Abraham, when he was living in Hebron, when his wife Sarah died, he wanted to find a proper place to bury her. So he bought the cave, he buried his wife Sarah there, and later on it became the burial site for Abraham and the rest of the family. So that's why this place is considered the only place in the world that represents the 3 main Abrahamic religions.
So this is one of the holiest sites for all 3 religions?
Yes. It's actually the...
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, I don't remember. There's also the Al-Aqsa Mosque as well, or is that just because it's in Jerusalem or something? Which is also one of the... I think that's the 3rd most holiest site. Because the whole meme in terms of like the doomsday prophecy that all the fucking Christian evangelicals have is that the final mosques where Muslims believe Christ will return. Gotcha. So the Zionists want to destroy that mosque in order to essentially stop that prophecy from happening. And also the Christians want that site because that's where they probably also think that Christ is probably going to return, or right around there. Something like that.
only one, because in the rest of the world, you don't find a place that represents the three main Abrahamic religion in the same structure.
Makes sense there'd be a lot of conflict in this particular place.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, guys? So as you can tell from the footage, earlier this year, myself, along with the Channel 5 team, had the chance to go to the West Bank and see how Palestinians are living under occupation. And newsflash, the occupation is still going, and in many ways, the settler violence has escalated and worsened. So before traveling to the West Bank, I wanted to do some research and see how my fellow press members, my colleagues in the journalistic game, are covering the events in the West Bank.
We're getting the fucking sponsorship. Ground news, I'm guessing. We're skipping the sponsorship. Very cool, very epic. Blah, blah, blah.
Stay informed. All right, back to Palestine. So let's talk about conflict. Far before the Zionist movement existed in Europe, and beginning in the mid-1500s under the Ottoman Empire, Jews began migrating to Hebron to be closer to Abraham's cave. How did Jews and Muslims live side by side in places like Hebron before Israel, before the Balfour Declaration, let's say under the Ottoman Empire?
In the Ottoman Empire, basically minorities, Christians, Jews, were treated mainly with disinterest until the modern period. It was sort of like you do your shtick, you do your thing, you organize your own charity.
By the way, that was the reason why it was always treated in that way. Is purely because of the fact that that is how the caliphates used to do it back in during the 1500s, like say the Rashiduns and the Umayyads, right? If you, for the most part, when the caliphates were being built, the lands were being conquered and everything via military fucking conquest, what generally speaking happened is that a lot of the I think they were called like sultans even back then. Whatever. A lot of the sultans back during those particular points in time had an understanding of, okay, we represent a completely differing Abrahamic sort of based religion, right? In Islam, right? But the current Abrahamic based religions that are currently there, like the Christians and the Jews, might not be particularly big fans in terms of us being there and occupying their lands. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're just going to say, hey, listen, if you want to convert, you can pay this fucking tax, that being the jizya. Or not pay the tax by converting to Islam. If you want to stay as a Jew or a fucking Christian in the sort of like location that you're in, okay, that's fine. You just have to pay a tax for it, basically. That being, of course, the jizya. Otherwise, generally speaking, in terms of integration of these populations of, other like religious minorities like Jews and fucking Christians and other various religions, of course, a lot of the caliphates didn't really give much of a shit at all in terms of how they sort of like govern themselves and conduct themselves. They were, for the most part, given autonomy. Just like saying like, yeah, you can elect local leaders, you can participate in like local politics or whatever, yada yada yada. You can do that. That's fine. And that was for the purpose of making sure that those provinces would not rebel if the Sultan is going to be out fucking campaigning. Duh, obviously. So for the vast majority of the existence of all these differing fucking caliphates, that was essentially this sort of relationship that was maintained, right? And it's been pretty stable. In terms of like quote-unquote religious tolerance within the caliphates, in comparison to that of Latinized fucking Christians, it's not perfect, it's not great, but the caliphates were generally seen as way more religiously tolerant in comparison to that of their Latin Christian fucking counterparts, especially during those ages. But yes, it's a good point, Boy Meets Smitty. It's not unique to the caliphates. Jack taxes on Jewish people. Europe also did the exact same thing as well, even more so than the jizya. Really, that doesn't really surprise me whatsoever. So you're telling me that the Christians more aggressively taxed religious minorities and minorities in general within their empires? Shocker. I know. Who would have fucking thought? But this is all to just basically say that if we're talking about the Ottoman Empire, they stylized themselves as, well, we are basically the new caliphs. We are the new caliphate, right? We are the new sort of like sons of the Prophet Muhammad, and we're like basically the new kids on the block in terms of the Muslim caliphates, right? And because they took over a bunch of their fucking territories throughout their various fucking conquests, and as a result, they also, and this was pretty much enforced under Bayezid. So back during the like early 1400s, almost right around the time when the Ottomans were starting to think about wanting to go ahead and conquer Constantinople. Right around that time, the Ottomans were basically just like, okay, we wanted to be the sort of new patrons of the Latin religion, so we have to not be as big of assholes to a lot of the Christians that were currently fucking occupying. Like, I mean, Constantinople, for example, had like a Latin quarter and everything. Or, well, it would have been Istanbul at this point in time. It would have had a Latin quarter and everything. And Latins that were, or rather like Eastern Orthodox Christians that were living within the former Byzantine empires and the various other polities that were in existence at that time, had a lot of religious freedoms in general. Obviously, they sought to pay their like tributes and everything to the Ottoman beyliks and also the Sultan himself. But generally speaking, in terms of like freedom of movement and religion, it was not that terrible, relatively speaking, for them. Just so long as they were not going against Ottoman law, everything else was just like, for the most part, relatively chill.
You organize your own educational system, we just don't care. Now, minorities had to pay a jizya tax because they weren't conscripted, they weren't part of the army, and they were being protected, the theory was, by the government.
Yes, also not conscripted, but they had to pay taxes so they weren't part of the army. That as well. I completely forgot about that.
Itself, but that tax was abolished in 1856.
Things were pretty much all good between religions in Palestine under the Ottoman Empire, but after they fell and the British took over around 1920, that all changed.
So in that period of time, you had Zionist immigration, you had a separate economy being set up, you had land being bought by the Zionists.
And by the way, quick reminder, the main reason for as to why this is even the case to begin with is for one reason and one reason only. This is all by design by the British and also by Balfour himself, because they are explicitly anti-Semitic. Because of, again, the reemergence of anti-Semitism that happened throughout the 1850s. That was popularized by, guess who? The fucking French. It's always the fucking French, dude.
The expulsion of Palestinians from the land. You had an underclass rising in the urban areas of Palestine. You had two different economies that were being set up, two different ruling structures under the British that were being set up. So you had this hardening of communal boundaries.
Gradually, the Arab Muslim majority began to view the Jewish population as an asset of the British occupation, especially after 100,000 European Zionists immigrated to Palestine in just a 6-year period between 1922 and 1928. By the end of that decade...
By the way, there was always militias and fucking tensions that the Europeans, the European Jewish people, of course, Ashkenazi Jews, because a lot of them were doing this for, well, the sort of like ideas brought forward by Theodore Herschel himself. A lot of these people basically felt like, oh, well, we don't really like being fucking occupied by the British, and we don't really like the fact that these that the Jewish people here are basically being aggressive against us specifically, and we feel like we're just being attacked, and this is like just another way of the British to essentially just like, you know, further like solidify their control of the fucking land of Palestine for themselves. You know, anti-colonial stuff.
Decade, tensions reached a boiling point, best illustrated by the tragic events of 1929.
There was a massacre that took place in 1929.
One of the things that took place in Palestine was in 1929, where there is an escalation started in Jerusalem between Palestinian Muslims and new Jewish immigrants who immigrated to the country. It started in Hebron after the British army used some Palestinians who have interest with the British government and raised the rumors in the city that a massacre was committed against the Palestinian Muslims in the old city in Jerusalem. And people get panicked. They decided to leave the city trying to reach Jerusalem, but all the entrances of the city were closed by the British army. So what happens? People went back to the market and they found that a massacre or a clash started against the Palestinian Jewish community living in Hebron.
There was a massacre of Jews, about 70 Jews were killed.
The 1929 massacre led to the destruction of Hebron's Jewish community and the exodus of every last Jewish person living in the city, many of whom were among the Palestinian Jews that comprised 10% of the population before Zionist immigration began.
Most of the people who lived in Hebron before the massacre of 1929 were indigenous Jews. The Zionist population was never a significant part of the Hebron population.
Indigenous Jews
of
Palestine, yeah. I mean,
again, and this has been said before, not like a vast majority, but a lot of the fucking Palestinians that do live within Israel, they're not just like Muslim, of course. A lot of them are also fucking Jewish, but do the Zionists really give a shit about any of that? No, because for them it's all about again, control.
People who either came back before the Zionist movement or could trace their ancestry way back.
Understanding 1929 is crucial in grasping the kind of narrative that's fed to settlers in order to justify further incursion into the West Bank. Isolated from context and stacked against other horrific things that have happened to Jews in different parts of the world, it grooms settlers to believe that seizing or living on Palestinian land after the formation of Israel isn't an illegal act of cruelty, but rather an act of retribution to avenge their forefathers.
This is something that...
Very fucking dangerous, by the way, and this is, again, how a lot of fucking far-righters, generally speaking, believe, and this is how they, generally speaking, think. They think, generally speaking, like, oh, there's this embarrassment that happened against us very, very long ago, so we need to do everything possible in order to have, like, some form of reclamation of the wrongs that were done against us. Yeah, it's the whole fascist invader narrative. It's a very often employed rhetorical tactic done by a lot of fucking fascists. For what exactly? Oh, to justify ethnic cleansing.
That, is very central to the Zionist mythos. Because the massacre fits up there with other massacres that have taken place, like Kishinev in Moldova in 1903, like the Farhud in Baghdad in 1941, like the Holocaust. All these things add up to a rationale for Zionism, that Jews can't be safe anyplace else, that they're going to be massacred. They're going to be massacred in Palestine. And so therefore what we have to have is we have to have a strong state that will support the Jews, that will build the Jews, build a Jewish population.
Timeline-wise, it wouldn't be until around 20 years after the formation of Israel in 1948 that Jews began returning to Hebron after decades of absence.
On March 1968, a group of Zionist American 75 people from the Jewish community of Brooklyn, New York, they arrived to the country.
And in 1968, they actually, a group of Jews went into one of the larger hotels in Hebron as, pretending to be Swiss tourists, and they set up shop there, and they refused to leave. And the Israeli army wanted them to leave, and they finally negotiated a settlement for them leaving, and they ended up founding a settlement.
That's so fucking goofy. So basically a bunch of fucking Americans are just like, actually, we belong here. Bro, America, come get your mans, bro. Come get your fucking mans.
Called Kiryat Arba, which is in existence to this very day.
So the Israeli army was so annoyed with this group of American Jews pretending to be Swiss people who wouldn't leave the Palestinian hotel room that they actually built them a place to live.
Yeah.
And since then, the population...
That's so fucking goofy, man. Jesus Christ. That's basically what Messianic Protestants do. Yeah, I'm not really surprised that this is the fucking behavior that these fucking freakazoids, generally speaking, decide to do. Why am I'm just like, it's just like, yeah, I'm not surprised by this whatsoever.
Of settlers has gone from a couple dozen hotel guests to over 1,000 souls living in H1. One of the key factors in apartheid is closing down the commercial centers that belong to the oppressed group who once called the area home. This iron fence was put up to restrict one of the main Palestinian commercial centers that used to exist up until the year 2000, after which the Israeli army shut down the street and began, or I guess continued, building these massive private settlements right above it. So right up there is a private basketball court where you can shoot hoops, as the Americans say. As you can see here, all of this trash is the accumulated rubbish that people have thrown down from the settlements since their construction back in the day. So there's a stray cat hanging out there, which I've learned is a very common sight here in Palestine. You have cats everywhere, a couple dogs, but mostly cats. There is some donkeys. But yeah, it's pretty crazy to see. You can just imagine this exact street thriving as a commercial hub. You can see these sealed off storefronts that you can just tell used to be full of energy, excitement, and oh shit. So that's a settler and Palestinian cat fight. Cats obviously are not aware of the political situation, but it's a metaphor for what's going on. Even if these cat-infested barriers weren't built and there was freedom...
Initially, well, I think they said it's only about like 1,000 are living there now, Born Meets Many, but originally this was caused by 75 people. Yeah, 75 people, and now we have this whole like justification for an ethnic cleansing project taking place in Hebron. This is fucking goofy, bro.
Freedom of movement, though, Palestinians would still be subject to arrest if they tried to cross into H1 without military authorization. So this massive purple area that you have here on the map, it's coded purple because it says travel forbidden. Yeah. So you have almost half of the urban core restricted to Palestinians.
But this division appeared in 2000. That's why after 1984, the city was still accessible. That's part of the city without any problem. Then in 1987, the first Palestinian civil uprising started, known as the First Intifada.
So we've talked about the Second Intifada a few times, but the first one began for almost identical reasons. Palestinian frustration with the military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. But the key difference between the first and Second Intifada is that the first one led to a conversation, a negotiation between the Palestinian Authority and the Israelis.
That was the Oslo Accords, the first Oslo Accords, which basically, if we were to summarize Oslo 1, it was just like Yasser Arafat saying like, yeah, you know what, maybe we'll consider some of the stuff here, and it didn't end up really working out whatsoever. But all the far-right Israeli Jewish people were just like, no, fuck that, absolutely not, you can't have any peace whatsoever with the Palestinians, and what's the name? Yitzhak Rabin ended up getting fucking assassinated by these far-right fucking freaks.
Fortunately, it resulted in signing an agreement known as Oslo Accord or Oslo Agreement.
The Oslo Agreement, discussed last episode extensively, is the reason for the Area A, B, and C divisions of the West Bank, and widely regarded as a failure on both sides of the coin.
For us, or for me as a Palestinian, I found that agreement was the worst agreement that was signed in the Palestinian history.
Why in particular?
Because it gave the Israeli occupation a legitimate face to it, and it gave them more time to maneuver and to implement facts on the ground, which is today, I don't want to say impossible to change, but it's really hard to change.
So the initial agreement was signed on September 13th, 1993. And less than 6 months later, the Muslim community of Hebron would experience a horrific act of terrorism that reshaped the city forever.
Let's talk about the main incident that took place in Hebron back in 1994, which changes everything. So in 1994, an American Jewish person from New York, he didn't like Oslo Agreement, and this is the case for the extremist Jewish settlers. They didn't like it because it will give an idea about creating a Palestinian state. So that settler, Baruch Goldstein, he woke up on the 25th of February 1994, 5 a.m. in the morning, and he put his full military gear, his full military uniform, and he walked all the way to Al Ibrahimi Mosque. He went inside the building where thousands of worshippers. They were in the middle of a prayer. He opened fire and he killed 29 Palestinians, injuring another 150.
There's the blood all over the carpet, the blood all over the floor. The scene is the most horrific scene I ever seen in my life.
That incident actually...
Wow, who wants to make a bet that it was probably like, what's the, like, you know, Jewish Defense Force, what's the name of that one fucking, like, terrorist organization that has been even labeled as a terrorist organization by the FBI. What's the name of it, Boy Meets Mini? I wonder if it was basically that dude was a part of that, like, you know, those weirdo fucking Kahanis types. Jewish Defense League and the Koch Party. Yes, Boy Meets Mini. Because those are the types of dudes who would definitely pull some fucking shit like this.
Actually changed the whole city from 1994 until today. In what way? Later on, there was many divisions that took place in the city, more military presence, but the most important thing, the building itself was divided to a Muslim mosque, and a part of it was converted to a Jewish synagogue.
Is this the main room of the mosque?
Yes, the main hall of it, now after 1994.
So the area where the massacre happened is closed?
No, it was here.
So the massacre happened right here?
Yes.
So a lot of these bullet markings are from that shooting 33 years ago?
Yes. You can see a bullet hole here, one here.
And people were just praying when that happened?
Yes, actually they were in a specific position where their foreheads, their knees and their hands touching the ground when he started opening fire at them before he was attacked by a group of people who beated him to death.
Goldstein attempted to escape but was stopped by a crowd and beaten to death.
You know, then after that you had protests that emerged and riots that emerged throughout the West Bank. The army went in and basically divided the city at that point. And so then you get H1 and H2 out of that.
Is it true that...
Yeah, and that's when the whole fucking occupation happened. And, you know, as we all know, it all became much worse from there. Who would have thought?
Ben-Gvir, the active Minister of National Security, for quite some time, had a framed portrait of the mass shooter in his living room.
Yeah.
And they let this guy...
There was a shrine that was built in this guy's, honor.
The mass shooter?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he was a mass shooter.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I know the internet kids nowadays, like all the white supremacists love the Christchurch mosque shooter because they hate,
Well, it's because these people are, like, okay, we'll just do the fucking meme. It's because these people, you know, Zionists, quote-unquote people, are no different than these, like, far-right little freaks. Because it's a far-right fucking movement, led by a bunch of fucking goddamn freaks.
Muslims. But I mean, mid-90s, honoring a mass shooter pre-Columbine.
They didn't look at it as a mass shooter. They took it as somebody standing up for the Jewish people.
Why?
Well, you and I would say because they're crazy.
I just find it crazy that that kind of fringe extremist element is given a seat at the table in government.
Yeah, well, they are, and that's one of the aspects of this Netanyahu government. He was so desperate to form a government that he brought in people who were basically would be shunned by any other government, in the process of formation. Ben-Gvir, other people as well.
Yeah, you think that those guys will end up somewhere like Nuremberg a few decades down the line?
No. Do you think Trump is going to be held up as a war criminal, or Hegseth is going to be held up as a war criminal in spite of the fact that they're ordering war crimes being committed?
Right, but I mean, Trump's not walking around the border putting people in chokeholds.
I mean, listen, I understand. Okay, this may sound like it's all rather naive here, naive sounding, of course, here by Andrew, right? Like, but you know, we all know the actual answers to these questions, obviously. No, of course not. Because, listen, all of the liberal international institutions that people are expecting to be, working and functioning properly, they've all essentially been defanged. Like, that's just a fact.
Ben-Gvir tucks his shirt in and walks around yelling at minorities. He's kind of got like a little bit of an African warlord thing in him.
Well, he's got, he can't travel to much of the world. He can't travel to Europe, for example, no Mediterranean vacations.
France has decided to ban Israel's far-right police minister from access to French territory.
After exiting the mosque, we headed over to the synagogue side of the facility, which apparently our guide couldn't come into.
Because you're Christians and not Muslims, you can go into the mosque and then go to the synagogue if you want to.
Okay, cool.
He can't go with you, though.
All right.
Okay, because he's a Muslim.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm sorry we have to leave you here.
And I don't want to wait here because the soldiers are crazy, so I will wake you up. Okay, see you.
So now we're going to enter the synagogue here that was established after the mass shooting in '94 to see what the vibes are and see the wall from the other side. There are some Jewish worshipers down there in absolute ecstatic joy, singing, dancing, and giving prayers to Hashem. Spitting bars for proto-Jesus. There's a lot of American connections you can see pretty much present everywhere. This was dedicated by the Goldman family of New York, not too far from where I grew up, in Philadelphia. So let's talk about New York City, the Big Apple, which financially powers the majority of H-1 settler operations, aside from the army guns themselves, which you, American taxpayer, pay for yourself.
Well, I mean, you see Smotrich at the Israel Day rally in New York?
No, I didn't.
Smotrich was out there walking around, holding the banner with
He was.
Eric Adams.
Yeah.
And by the way, a bunch of Democratic representatives were also just chilling with Bezalel Smotrich at the Israel Day Parade in New York City. Again, like, so much for being the bastion of liberal internationalism there, America. Very, very cool. Yeah, Letitia James was there as well. I think Kathy Hochul was also there chilling with Bezalel Smotrich as well. You know, just chilling with the fucking war criminal. Just chilling with them.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, at the same time, Mamdani refused to attend the, and good for him.
Why would he go?
Yeah, and by the way, all the fucking Zionists were having like a schizophrenic conniption about that, saying like, no, you're supposed to go. You just hate Jewish people. That's why you're not going. It's like, no, they just are like sick of the fucking fact that you guys just keep acting like complete freaks. That's a problem. Just, you guys are fucking psychos.
Yeah, no, that's the idea. It's good for him.
Did you ever see that classic like mayoral debate panel back in the day where they asked each candidate where they would go if they had a vacation week or whatever, and everybody said Israel up there except for Mamdani?
No, I didn't see that.
It was like a cartoon. Everyone was like, I'd go to Israel.
I would go to Israel.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Like it was like they were all had a gun to their heads.
Yeah.
NYC is a crucial player here because within Israel itself, settlement expansion is actually quite unpopular, especially amongst the youth, and has been the subject of many a protest on the Israeli left. For this reason, among others, the companies in charge of selling real estate in places.
Wait, really? Wait, hold on. What? Wait, hold on. Did I just hear that right? Did I just hear Israeli left? They exist? There's an Israeli left? Pushing back against the... Really? Like, okay, like, not to make it like a whole, like a meme or something or whatever, right? But like, the reason why I'm just like, kind of like, huh, really? That's true. Because, like, Israel, in terms of its construction, is such a far-right fucking place. Like, very, very fucking far-right. It's one of those situations where it's just like, well, yeah, of course, like, there's just going to be a bunch of, like, far-right weirdos all over the place within Israel. Like, duh, obviously. Like, it's Israel. Fundamentally speaking, as a state, it is far-right. But there's protests against the fucking settlements. Yeah. I wouldn't consider B'Tselem left. They're most social democrats. Well, yeah, that's what I was also thinking as well. But I was just like, there's an actual, like, left-leaning coalition in Israel. Like, because I know that those guys are hardly in fucking politics. It's all just, like, far-right fucking freaks all the way down, right? Like, even the liberal opposition within Israel endorsed the fucking settlement projects. So it's just like... Huh. There's like a actual left within Israel that's actively pushing back against all this stuff. That's fucking crazy to me.
Places like Hebron, within settlements, often advertise abroad, especially in the U.S., to rope American Jews into either moving...
Yeah, Ben Gurion was also labor as well, but yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit, obviously.
...to the West Bank, or making some kind of big donation.
The only way that this apartheid is still continuing today is because it has strong financial pillars. One of the biggest donors for settlers in Hebron in the state are from the United States. And we're talking about the biggest charitable American organization. It's called Hebron Fund. This organization, Hebron Fund, is in charge of funding Israeli settlers, collecting donations to the settlers here to sustain what we see today.
So the Hebron Fund, located smack dab in the middle of Brooklyn, is responsible for the renovations to the synagogue in Hebron and are the primary chaperones of the transnational migration pattern that keeps the settlements booming. Here's some coverage captured by our East Coast correspondent, JP.
I'm going to take a guess. They're probably like some fucking billionaire owner, corporation type, blah, 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 or some shit. Yada, yada. And, you know, it happens all the time.
Outside an event in New York City, where allegedly settlement condos and land shares are being advertised and sold inside.
What's good? We are here on 67th and 3rd Street.
By the way, this is fucking illegal under international law. Very often, a lot of settlement plots are sold within fucking synagogues all across the United States of America. Again, should go without saying that this is highly fucking illegal.
in front of the Park East Synagogue in New York City for the Great Israeli Real Estate Event of 2026. It's in a series of real estate sales that have been happening across New York, New Jersey over the past year of different land in the West Bank and in Israel. We're about a mile from the UN, who has said that sales of these nature are illegal under international law.
I believe there's a real estate agency inside there. They're selling land to Jewish people to go to Israel, or whoever wants to buy homes in Israeli places over there.
And by the way, they will also get subsidized by the state of Israel themselves in order to live in a lot of those fucking settlements. Again, for the express purpose of the genocide.
Anti-Semitism levels in New York City are off the charts. Unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism, of hate crimes against the Jewish community. Do Jewish lives matter? I guess not to the left. What
the fuck is this fucking stupid dumbass? Like, okay, bro. Shut up, fucking white boy. Shut your dumbass up.
What frauds they are. They're coming here openly in the middle of a genocide, trying to sell the lands that they're presently evacuating. They're wiping off the inhabitants from the land and selling that land. It's an insult to common sense, and it's an insult to Judaism and to the Jewish people.
So I guess it's illegal to sell land in America because America's a settlement land, isn't it? Didn't we conquer this land 250 years ago, literally in July 4th?
That's not how that fucking works, dumbass. Wait, July 4th is Independence Day, you fucking moron. That's not when the fucking settlers are coming over. Idiot. God. Zionists are also fucking stupid. Just illiberal, undereducated nitwits.
Going to be. So this land is stolen land. It was settled by, Native Americans, correct? Wasn't this land correct for Native Americans? Are we all Native Americans? None of us are Native Americans. Those people are at the reservations, aren't they? Every land in the Middle East is settled land because Egypt was Coptic Egyptian, Yemen was Jewish, Syria was Christian, and the Muslims took it over. So
this is the most mentally ill fucking bullshit on the planet. No, there's always been... God, holy fuck. God, this guy's an idiot. He's conflating Muslims and fucking Arabs. No, dumbass. Arabs have been living in the Arab Peninsula for thousands upon thousands of years, you dumb motherfucker.
That's settled land. They're occupied land. If you go again back into biblical times, Muslims didn't live in those areas. Muslims were created 600 years after the birth of Jesus Christ.
But they used to be fucking Arabs. They used to be various fucking nomadic tribes. Nabateans used to be fucking, were a subsect of fucking Arabs. Bedouins were a subset of the fucking Arab populations. Mesopotamians, Babylonians, idiot. The
synagogue has the right to invite whomever it wants. It's not an illegal purpose.
The movement of Zionism is a terrorist movement, and you dare to stand up and defend it. Be embarrassed of yourself.
So if I was hosting an event that was showing you potential speculation for how we can sell children out of a church, everyone in the world would know exactly what that was. It would be illegal. It would be both under international law as well as New York law. You cannot plan to commit a crime. And the reality is, having been inside these places, they absolutely do commit war crimes all the time directly out of these synagogues. They're using it, as they like to say, as a human shield. But the reality is, there's no defending what they do without whataboutism or outright lying, the second of which is more common on their end.
With all due respect to Channel 5 or whatever lefties you are, with all due respect, they're here to call for the destruction and annihilation of the world's only Jewish country.
You have to support the empire.
Oh, shut your fucking dumbass up. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Channel 5 is here to fucking call for the destruction of the only Jewish state. Yeah, dude. And, I don't know, you're just a fucking weirdo American nitwit. Like, you're totally fucking, you definitely have some fucking connection to the land or something. Like, shut your dumbass up, you fucking loser. Yes, I do believe that this is Walter Masterson in the fucking Stormtrooper getup. I believe. Very funny.
Don't be an anti-Sithite. Galactic Empire is the most moral empire in the entire...
Don't be an anti-Sithite.
Galaxy. Here we go. I'm with you guys. I'm supporting the Empire. Anakin Skywalker has done so much for young Jedi children. If you guys don't want to live in the Galactic Empire, why don't you go to Dagobah or Tatooine? Here we go. I support the Empire.
Here's the thing. This is like, again, this is the exact same fucking logic that Israeli fucking settlers employ all the time. That's why it's fucking perfect.
The Empire! Yes, you support the Empire, sir, right?
Dude, this is the same motherfucker. Again, this is the same dude who does not understand the difference between an Arab and a fucking Muslim. Thinking that they're all the exact same. Thinking that they did a fucking occupation of... or did a settler occupation of Yemen from Jewish people. It's like, no, dumbass. Fucking... Arabs existed before fucking the Islamic fucking caliphates. Idiot. Stupid. Just stupid. Very stupid.
Empire, and this is Walter Matheson.
What do you think about it?
Walter Matheson is a weird mother. All I can tell you is this is the guy who was in Gracie Mansion, and when he told him that everybody is welcome into the United States of America or to New York because he didn't like ICE, ISIS supported terrorist guy, came over his shoulder and threw IED or some type of an explosive. You don't get to come from outside.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking schizophrenic? Oh, Walter Masterson supported this terrorist action of this, like, whatever the fuck. I'm a dumb fuck. I'm a fucking dumb fuck Zionist that's living in New York. My brain barely functions. I'm an idiot. Look at me, everyone. I'm just gonna keep yelling like a fucking moron because I'm a moron.
And then tell everyone else. He needed to see that not everybody is welcome here. Not everybody is peaceful. And the people that he wanted here, the immigrants...
Wait, that was Walter who fucking threw the IED? Wait, that looked like it was some other guy who snuck behind Walter and then threw the IED. Wait, this guy is so fucking retarded, like so brain dead, so fucking stupid that he thought it was Walter who did that? Jesus fucking Christ. God, listen, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Being a Zionist is a mental illness.
Threw a bomb over his face.
This so-called Jewish state is a fraud. It's not a Jewish state, it's a Zionist occupation. When they made the state, you can see, this is David Ben-Gurion reading the Declaration of Independence. They're rebelling against God. They're not even covering their heads. As you see, every Jewish male is required to have a covering on their head. And here they're making a so-called Jewish state. At this historical moment, they didn't even deign to at least to make themselves appear as some representative of Judaism.
The Hasidic community is split on the question of...
Because yeah, here's the thing. There's a bunch of, like, Hasidic Orthodox Jews who do not agree at all with the establishment of Israel as a state. Now, of course, it's not exactly consistent amongst the entirety of the fucking community, but there's a lot of them that are just saying that, no, this is a bunch of bullshit. If you actually read the Torah, there's just no justification for the existence of Israel. But of course, a bunch of them will be incredibly fucking racist and say, like, what do you mean? We should have the state of Israel because of blah blah blah, whatever justification those morons basically use. I'm not really sure who amongst, like, the Orthodox, like, what the argument is amongst the Orthodox Jewish community that does agree with the establishment of Israel. Mostly probably just to get a bunch of tax breaks.
Zionism on the question of Israel, because some of them say that according to Scripture, God will bring the Jewish people back to Palestine. And this is forcing God's hand. And this is something you don't do. You don't tell God what to do. So fundamentally, we don't go to Palestine. We don't go to Israel. We don't build a state in Palestine or Israel. We don't try to force God's hand.
Jews and Muslims lived together for hundreds and hundreds of years, although we have a distinctly different religion. It was never an impediment to coexistence.
I don't really like the word use Palestinians because Palestinians is just an ideology. But let's just use the word Palestinians. They were offered...
God, holy fuck. Yeah, Palestinians are an like, what? What part of the political spectrum in terms of the ideology of Palestinians like even exists? Like, what the fuck is that talking about? God, again, just stupid. God, this guy is so fucking stupid, man.
5 times to have their own land, a 2-state solution. They rejected it every time.
What would you say to people who just believe that U.S. taxpayers...
Yeah, man, they totally rejected it every single time because it was such a good deal every single time. Yeah, totally, little bro.
Should not be contributing to a war in the Middle East.
I say tough luck. Unfortunately, civilians are always going to die in war, and they are going to be collateral damage, whether it's going to be on the Israeli side or the Gaza side. Iran, Lebanon, the Houthis, and Gaza, they're all been shooting rockets indiscriminately into Israeli airspace, where it lands, wherever it lands.
Whoa, maybe Israel shouldn't have done everything possible in order to be like such wretched, miserable neighbors to all the Muslim nations that exist in there, in the area. For them to not get fucking, for them to not indiscriminately shoot a bunch of rockets in there. I don't know, man. Like, I'm just saying, like, reprisal for your wretched fucking behavior that's purely based off of misinformation and a barely understanding of the facts. Shocker.
They don't care. They've been screaming boom, boom, Tel Aviv. So what are these people any different?
All right, that's enough from the Americans. Back to Palestine. After scoping out the synagogue service, we decided...
Thank God. Fuck the Americans. God, those people are like brain leaking fucking morons.
Time to leave and link back up with our guide. As we returned to the central market, I began to see the few Palestinian shops that remained start to close their windows and put away their wares. What already felt like a ghost town was getting even more desolate.
So that is the IDF or IOF behind me. They're pushing people out of the way so that settlers can walk through. So for those who don't know, can you tell me your name, where you're from?
My name is John. I'm from Dallas, Texas, in the United States.
What brings you out here today?
I was just tired of sitting on my hands and not doing enough to help the Palestinian cause.
And what specifically is happening right now?
Right now, what we can see down the street here is what we call the incursion, or the...
Wait, hold on. We got a... Holy shit, based. Dude's going out there and doing an activism. Holy shit. In Israel, of all places. Holy shit, that's crazy.
Invasion. Every Saturday, the military closes down all the shops. They force the Palestinians to close their shops, and they are escorting young settlers throughout the city.
So you have about 50 to 75 settlers behind 4 to 5 armed security guards, or specifically 15 members of the military. They're going to walk them through the street. So you have the army telling people to get back, with guns and stuff, saying let them do their thing, or let's get
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let these fucking dumb fucking freaks do their thing. Like these fucking psychopaths. These barely fucking literates. Look at these ugly fucking losers, dude, thinking that they own the place. Like, bro, what you're doing is illegal. Nobody fucking likes you. Everybody hates you for good reasons.
So that's what we explain Hebron, that you can come and visit Palestine, but if you want to understand the occupation, apartheid, and silent ethnic cleansing, you should come and visit Hebron, because this is the city that provides you with the actual feeling of what an apartheid means, what a violation for any human rights. You can see it and live it here on a daily basis.
Yeah, this is caste, this is apartheid, it's all the fucking, you know, all the words.
With everything going on here, it's hard not to be curious about what the Palestinians plan on doing to fight back. Do you think there's any possibility of a real armed resistance growing here in the West Bank?
طبيعي ما هو كثر الضغط شو بسوي ولا التفجير هذا الشيء يعني هم متوقعينه هم عارفين انه رايح هذا حكي يصير تضغطني ما فيش شو بدي اسوي لك لا بدي ادافع عن حالي لا بدي اموت لا بدي ادافع عن حالي واجي ما يمدي هيك بدي اموت بس بموت وانا واقف وانا ثابت
ناخذ حقنا وندافع عن الوطن.
So you would fight to resist what's going on here when you get older?
جاهز.
جاهزين كلنا كل العالم جاهز كل فلسطين كلها جاهزة مسؤولة.
By the way, every fucking Israeli will essentially say that, oh, all these guys are being trained to be fucking terrorists. But do you see the fucking behavior that they're having to contend with all the time and the occupation that they're obviously under? Like, no shit. It's obvious. This is to be expected. You people are fucking shocked or surprised at all whatsoever that a bunch of people are looking to actively resist the fucking crimes that they're going under? Like, are you just essentially saying that this should be tolerated? Why? Why should this be tolerated? Ask yourself that fucking question. Would you tolerate it? Would you tolerate, like, heinous fucking crimes being done to yourself and your family for, I don't know, a bunch of, like, dumb fucking weirdo Americans to, I don't know, go along with some fucking apartheid and some fucking, justification that these motherfuckers think that they have from misinterpretations of history that they make? No, of course not. That's fucking ridiculous. Why should the Palestinians have to be the ones who tolerate that bullshit? It's nonsense. Yeah, exactly. 13 colonies didn't tolerate that shit from Britain. There was a whole fucking revolutionary war over that. But it seems that America has forgotten that tradition.
Do you want to give a message to the kids in the United States about what's going on here?
بدنا يوقفوا الحرب عن أهل غزة.
إنه يوقفوا الحرب بس هذا بدنا إياه.
يوقفوا الحرب عن غزة. يوقفوا الحرب
بس هذا بدنا إياه في الحقيقة. إنه
I don't know, guys. These little fucking kids seem to be terrorists or something. I am a fucking Israeli, and I'm not very intelligent.
توقف الحرب والعدوان اللي بيصير في العالم والسلام.
The idealist in me, I began wondering whether a single state solution with everyone with the same rights might be possible. But that seemed in a way more realistic, but maybe not. I mean, maybe that's naive. I mean, it does have Belgium is essentially a state with two separate and distinct national identities, like the Walloons and the Flemings. I mean, that would be the future for Ireland. I would have thought, like, is a single state encompassing the whole of the island of Ireland. So is that really? I mean, in a sense, it's way above my pay grade, and I sort of focus on where I see kind of organized irrationality or organized like predation and violence. It is a hard one to crack.
Despite the objectively bleak
This is fucking true.
situation, and in the absence of a clear path forward, most Palestinians are firm in the belief that eventually freedom will come.
For sure it's going to happen. One day it will be a state of Palestine without occupation.
So you have hope for the future as far as Palestinian sovereignty and statehood?
I mean, like, let's be honest here. Like, what else are they, like, what other hope that they, or could they have? Like, think about it. Like, what else could they, what else do they really have going for them? They have to hope. I think that's, like, unironically, like, the only thing that these guys have left.
مجبور هذا مفروض هذا ما في الا يكون الا بالاخر الا يكون في مجال الا يكون يعني رضوا ما رضوش هذا اجباري بده يكون يعني.
After seeing urbanized segregation in Hebron, I wanted to visit the rural front lines of settler conflict, to a village somewhere outside the urban core, where Arab Bedouins were subject to the kind of attacks that I'd seen through a great deal of user-generated content on social media. So we hopped back in the car with Musa and drove even further south, to the villages of Masferiata, most notably featured in the award-winning documentary No Other Land. Our plan was to meet a local official and get a full tour of a village on the front line of this horrible conflict. If you'd like to see this coverage and support us while doing it, and also if you want to see the full 2-hour sit-down with Louis Theroux, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com.
Very, very cool. Fantastic video here, of course, by Channel 5. I mean, there's about 2 minutes left. We should probably see what they say.
/Channel 5. If I had it my way, everything would be free. But hiring fixers, renting equipment, traveling across the world and fighting lawsuits against powerful people is very, very expensive and time-consuming. So we need your support. Channel 5, as mentioned, is a totally independent crowd-funded newsroom.
Okay, yeah, they just do self-promo here. I think they just mostly do self-promo here.
the Rats of Baltimore, study the Rats of Baltimore, or...
Yes, it's all fucking self-promo. Okay, just wanted to make sure. But yeah, I mean, excellent video, of course, here by Andrew Callaghan. Great video, very informative to sort of just, like, understand about all of the sort of actions that Israel are doing illegally. I'm going to keep reiterating that exact same sort of point over and over and over again. So as far as I'm concerned, it's extremely obvious that everything that Israel is fucking doing, literally everything in terms of their fucking actions, in terms of how they're treating the fucking Palestinians, in terms of the occupation, is incredibly fucking illegal, and they should do everything possible to stop that. But they won't, because we are dealing with an incredibly fascistic, violent fucking ethno-state that will do anything possible in order to just, keep further justifying their inherent fucking belief system, their inherent desire to want to continue with the colonization fucking project that's been going on for the latter part of about 80 years now, basically they have like sheer impunity to just do whatever the fuck they want. Like I said before, Israel, evil fucking state led by a bunch of evil people. That's really all there is to it. And if we lived in a fair and just world, all of the leaders that essentially help to justify this sort of fucking system basically would be in the fucking Hague, rotting away in a jail for the rest of fucking time. If we lived in a just world. Unfortunately, we do not live in a fucking just world. And we live in an unjust one that's essentially been, torn apart by a bunch of, pedophilic, avaricious freaks who simply just care about having more power for themselves, for lack of a better term. But yeah, Israel as a state is fucking evil, and they will continue to be evil until, someone or something, somebody actively fucking stops them. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Dude, my favorite little DGG stalker is calling me a snarker. Let's fucking go. Dude, there's nothing inherently wrong with using snarky fucking quote tweets. Like, why the fuck should I ever contribute anything meaningful to a conversation when you people are not interested in having a conversation? I've literally said that before to his fucking face, yet the retard just doesn't understand that DGGers literally offer nothing of fucking value to any conversation, to any talk. So at this point, I just mute and fucking move on. Like, honestly, if I could just tell this dude to go neck himself, I'd buy the fucking rope for him. I would. Like, fuck this motherfucker. Just, like, you offer literally nothing whatsoever to the fucking world. Just fuck off. I don't want to listen to you anymore. Like, I could give less of a flying fuck in terms of what you have to say in terms of anything. You have nothing of interest to contribute. You are a DGGer. You are fucking worthless. But yeah, if I want to be a snarky asshole on the internet, I could be a fucking snarky asshole on the fucking internet. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I don't give a shit. You're a fucking loser, and no one should like you. Or you're the quote-unquote community that you come from. Those guys are fucking losers. Debate on DSA. Oh yeah, I mean, in the quote-unquote live and learn show that like Hutch and all the other fucking losers basically do, Hutch was trying so hard to convince Pisco and also Soy Pill to become like the same anti-DSA complete fucking schizophrenics that him and Destiny are, and no one, and like none of them were fucking convinced. They kept constantly saying that, bro, this is just not effective. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, bro, I don't give a fuck, dude. And they just wanted to move on with their lives. It's just like they just looked at what Hutch was saying that this is ineffective, and I'm just going to be like moving on with my life. Like, fuck off, bro. Like, I don't give a shit. Which is the correct thing that you should say to these like fucking freaks, because again, like, these DGGers are just a bunch of like cult-like little freaks. Anywho. Because if there's one thing I'm definitely not going to do is look at any of, like, Destiny's videos at all. Because I don't give a fuck. Because he's a fucking freak. In terms of any of this stuff. Like, I could give less of a flying fuck about any of the output at all from Destiny and whatnot. Ooh, good cracks. All right. Shall we get started with our favored little fucking freak, an Esteban Bonoblo III? Oh, this is going to be a long one. I'll only comment and, say my piece when fucking necessary. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. Professor Dave Explains, releasing a piece on Destiny. Now, I had no idea that Professor Dave, who's a science communicator, you know, think of like your Kyle Hills of the world. That's Professor Dave here. The Kyle Hill of, you know, maybe he's not exactly like fucking Kyle Hill, but similar to Kyle Hill, is basically putting out, I guess, like political videos as well, which is something I did not expect. I'm surprised to see that that is the case. I'm just going to say I'm surprised to see that that is the case. Because mostly I didn't know that he was doing that specifically. And I'm assuming Destiny probably released a video where Destiny more than likely lied about Professor Dave, if I were to take a guess. Although, honestly, given the fact that he's a science communicator, I guess it makes sense that he is a, you know, probably more left-leaning or progressive of some flavor or of some kind. Whatever. Shouldn't be really surprised about that being the case. But I guess Destiny made a video on him. This is the response video from Professor Dave Explains. And he's talking about how Destiny loves genocide. True, Destiny does love genocide. But a quick reminder for as to why Destiny likes genocide. It's because he's spiteful. That's it. It's his own fucking spite. That's the only reason why Destiny is essentially the fucking freak that he's become. He's just mad about the fact that he couldn't get a monopoly on Twitch poll with Hassan and fucking Vosh. They decided to go off and do their own thing. Destiny was a salty bitch about it and has now become the spiraled, the metaphorical death spiraling fucking freak that he is right now, who's just mad about the fact that he has no motion, no connections, no fucking bitches, and everyone thinks that he's a sensible little fucking freak. But I guess he wants to go after a humble science communicator in Professor Dave. For what purpose exactly? I can only take a guess because of the fact that Professor Dave more than likely says a bunch of truthful information about him. I think in the references of this specifically, it also references the Ryan Beard story here. So the Ryan Beard content nuke, Destiny, has a bunch of references of Destiny's sexual impropriety, and one of the reasons why he's currently in fucking court right now, of course, that being the scandal of him having a bunch of revenge porn on his quote-unquote harem, which should really go without saying is really fucking weird that he has a bunch of revenge porn that he's holding over a bunch of people's heads. For what reason exactly? I don't know, because we're dealing with like a weird fucking control freak and someone who basically wanted to build a cult around himself. What do we got here?
Do you know I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science-denying frauds? Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough.
Liberal and progressive viewpoints, quote unquote. Yeah, like Destiny. Listen. I'm not really gonna fault Professor Dave for saying that exactly. Like, technically speaking, that is what Destiny is supposed to fucking represent. But obviously, in reality, he does the exact opposite. Like I've said before, he is Destiny's whole fucking shtick is, well, honestly just being a chameleon in terms of ideology. He doesn't really have any fundamental belief systems. He just wants to essentially get into a bunch of spats and debates with people so then he can continue growing his brand. That's like really about it.
Enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently...
I disagree with this. He may be getting paid. I mean, they do that propaganda trip to Israel, and I don't think Dave knows about the entirety of the history of this, which is where I'm mostly going to be just chiming in, is the fact that he's just doing this purely out of spite. That's it. This is completely and utterly out of spite because of what I mentioned earlier, and I'm probably going to be constantly mentioning this point over and over and over again. During 2020, right when the election season was starting, Destiny was basically trying to recruit Hassan and recruit Vosh in order to try to have a content creation sphere around the emerging lefty Twitch poll, which he had a significant hand in essentially helping nurture the rise of. We have to admit that and be honest, obviously, right? Destiny absolutely had a role to play in terms of allowing the rise of Twitch poll to happen. The problem is that was not enough for Destiny, and Destiny wanted to monopolize all left-leaning content around himself specifically, to essentially monopolize all lefty fucking Twitch poll and all lefty-leaning content around him and his fucking orbit, that of course being, well, DGG. But not everyone sort of agreed with that. Why? Because of the fact that, well, a lot of other people, like Hassan, wanted to just basically do their own thing. Destiny was not particularly happy about the fact that Hassan just wanted to do his own thing, like more normie, React fucking content. And as a result, basically had to come up with like a pathetic excuse over Kamala Harris's like truancy policy in order to cut off the sort of, I was going to say like metaphorical tie that he had with Hassan, but it was essentially just an excuse for Destiny to come up with like literally any reason possible to just basically say fuck you to Hassan, how dare you fucking spurn me, I was the one who basically made you, and all this fucking bullshit, right? He's just mad about the fact that Hassan just didn't fuck with him anymore, little bro. That's literally it. And has, as a byproduct for the past about 7 years now, been on this like completely spiteful fucking maelstrom against anyone that's on the left. And this is not like the first time. I mean, he's been hysterical about Vosh. He's been hysterical about Hassan. He's been hysterical about every sort of left-leaning content creator that he has essentially spurned because of the failure of the monopoly that he tried to build around himself. Because nobody wanted to fucking do that shit. So much so to the point that now he has a fucking revenge porn case against him. Very, very fucking cool. And so, as a byproduct of that, that is the reasoning for as to why Destiny sort of engages with lefties in the way that he's doing now. Apparently, he's now engaging in his anti-lefty arc number 2. Why? Because he's a fucking freak. Yeah, because he's a fucking freak and he has no fundamental better content to be making right now.
Decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off, and the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews, implying that I really just hate all Jews.
Yeah, man. Again, it's very funny how fucking Destiny will accuse people of being anti-Semitic, but then will always do the same fucking Zionist fucking conflation between Judaism and fucking Zionism. I don't know how many times this has to be said to you freaks, but the reason for as to why there's a massive increase in terms of anti-Semitic attacks happening in not only the West, but throughout the entirety of the world is because of the actions of Israel and this fucking constant fucking conflation that you freaks keep doing between Jews and fucking Zionists is not safe for fucking Jewish people. It only puts them in more fucking danger. But of course, do any of these people care about that? No.
In it, he is reacting to my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed.
Damn, it's almost as if, again, this is where the intersection between leftism and science communication, generally speaking, happens, because it turns out a lot of these people will act like weirdo fucking freaks.
Play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like that. Anyway, as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbro tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism and everyone who hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist
because Destiny, since you yourself are also a far-right little freak, it turns out that if people are using the exact same sort of rhetorical tactics and strategies as the far right, especially for left-leaning fucking science communicators, they're going to call that out. But you're okay with using far-right fucking tactics and rhetoric because, again, for you, you're fundamentally speaking just a fucking grifter who just wants to have the argument for the sake of having the fucking argument. You're not actually interested in any sort of, like, principled fucking engagement to try to reach the truth, which is what he originally started to say with his sort of, like, desire to want to become the debate pervert that he is now.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, even though you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that.
That's not what I like. Even though that fucking sting that you're saying right there, Destiny. Like, God, this is so fucking anti-Semitic from Destiny, dude. Like, there's just no indication whatsoever that that was what Professor Dave was trying to fucking indicate. Again, I'm going to tell you right now, this is incredibly, and I mean incredibly fucking dangerous for fucking Jewish people. Very, very dangerous for fucking Jewish people. Because of, again, what I've been constantly mentioning, and that is the conflation between Judaism and fucking Zionism.
control, and then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to do this, but whatever.
Yep.
Well, as expected from Destiny, he fucking just parrots all the Zionist fucking talking points. Whoa, shocker.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabric.
Dude, literally the fucking yeah, I was about to say the fucking 40 goddamn babies fucking goddamn bullshit, which has been disproven, and that was shit that was being parroted by the New York fucking Times, dude. Yeah. But I guess like Destiny actually unironically believes that because he wants to be spiteful against lefties. Yeah, because he wants to be spiteful against lefties.
Fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Oops. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape, when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal.
Again, this is all the exact same fucking bullshit that the United States of America, as well as the rest of the world, well, mostly... No, just the United States of America, not the rest of the world. This is the exact same sort of logic that they were trying to do in order to justify, the war in Iraq.
Brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza.
Dude, this fucking dumbass animation, it's so fucking stupid, man.
Only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering, and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people...
Yeah, why am I not surprised? Well, then again, in reality, Zionists fucking love Nazis because they can just essentially use them as like a way to say like, look, see, this is why we need to continue doing our ethnic cleansing within Palestine because look at how stinky and mean and evil these Nazis are. It's like, okay, yeah, Nazis, obviously fucking bad. No shit. Everyone fucking agrees with that. But that doesn't mean you can continue doing, like, the strange campaign that you fucking weirdos are doing in terms of the justification of the ethnic cleansing and campaign that you're doing against the fucking Palestinians. This is how any of this works. Like, you will begin to lose more and more, like, legitimacy as a state because you keep just justifying the fucking evils that you guys pretend to dislike so much. Like, God, you people are, like... Have I ever mentioned how much I really despise fucking Zionists and Zionism?
Are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because...
Dave, it's almost as if... I think our brains might be connected. I don't know, I'm just saying, bro.
Their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbro narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste.
Whoa, oh no, it's all the fucking goddamn same bullshit from all these, like, propagandist fucking weirdos. Oh, what a shock.
Pretending to have been followers of mine, regrettably, they must unfollow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing.
Yeah, I'm sure, man.
They do this all the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like...
Yeah, by the way, these guys are all a bunch of far-righters. Captive Dreamer, Ian Miles Chong, all these motherfuckers... far-right weirdos. Destiny, I wonder why you keep parroting all of the exact same fucking propaganda that all these far-right weirdos keep saying. Well, why do you keep fucking saying that stuff? It's a little strange, dude.
This recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can. Optics are everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation.
By the way, those guys, the people who run those accounts are Nazis themselves.
Against those who speak up for Palestine on social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli...
Yeah, by the way, notice how those people are actually just a bunch of left-leaning people and not actual, like, anti-Semites, which tend to be on the right. It makes you think. Makes you curious, doesn't it?
Crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers.
How dare she do that?
How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they target, doxing them, and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support...
By the way, that's the numbers that we do know of in terms of tens of thousands of people that have been killed. We have no idea what the accurate numbers are going to be in terms of the amount of casualties that Israel has killed, because Israel's not going to allow any international organization to do any of the counting. Which, again, you know, I'll keep saying this constantly till the cows come home, because I don't give a fuck about Destiny. He's a stupid little far-right freak. Destiny, you're supposed to be someone who's a liberal. You're supposed to care about liberal international law and the liberal international order. Why the fuck do you keep supporting an illiberal state like that of Israel? It makes you think, doesn't it? But again, we're talking about Destiny here and the collection of far-right freaks. I'll say the far-right freaks. I don't really give a shit. The collection of far-right freaks that basically exist around him because, well, it's a cult, guys. It's unironically just a cult.
Support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
They sure do. Yeah, Daniela Weiss, again, has been interviewed by Louis Theroux and other documentarians. She is particularly fucking psychotic.
אבל בוא נאמר ככה, הצבא צריך לגמור כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים...
Again, she's making it extremely fucking clear what her position is. To do ethnic cleansing. She just wants to fucking kill Palestinians. That is literally it.
התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים. זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו בתים.
שאני מבין במקומות שלנו. עם אלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ זה שייכת אך ורק לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ.
All of Gaza, all of Lebanon should be cleansed of camel riders. You know, for all those who pretend to say, like, oh, what do you mean? Israel is a very, very open and free fucking society. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, lots of, like, liberal progressivism and social values being expressed here, and calling all these Palestinians a bunch of fucking camel riders.
Is I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea.
Psycho. ICC warrant on this motherfucker. Oh, also, and by the way, who Ela Klein said is actually a pretty good guy.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר. אין בלתי מעורבים. כל מי שיעמוד בפניו וירצה לחבל במדינת ישראל, כולל אם הם ישלחו ילדים, ישתמשו בילדים, יצטרכו גם להרוג אותם כי אין ברירה.
By the way, this is also a very common fucking sight amongst like Israeli social media, basically. Them essentially just like, oh yeah, dude, we just want to fucking murder all the Palestinians. Yeah, we don't give a fuck. Fuck you. We just want to fucking kill all of you. And again, like I've said before, hey, Israel, if you want to, ingratiate yourself the West and the broader support structures that you need in order to be able to survive as a state, please keep talking about your schizophrenic, like, psychotic fucking genocidal intent that you have all the time, little bro. I'm sure it's going to work out for you very, very well. Also, not to mention, the IDF would constantly film themselves doing a bunch of fucking pillagings of Palestinian fucking homes in Gaza.
Enough? No, I don't think you have. Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth. Journalist and politician Yinan Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this.
Destiny supports all of this, by the way. He has no qualms with this whatsoever. Just in a liberal fuck.
You have ability. There is worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time, there is no room for mercy. You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says,
and by the way, real fucking quick, not only are the United States as well as the Israelis are now trying to foment between the puppet government that exists within Lebanon. They're trying to foment some form of a civil war between the government and also I was gonna say Hamas. But Hezbollah, that's what it is. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah, they're trying to now foment some form of a civil war between those two particular sides because of, one can only assume, reasons.
There is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child. Toddlers. Babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster. There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly announce that they intend to commit genocide. Not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all state this openly, the desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animal.
Fucking, you listen to their fucking Knesset, because I've listened to a couple of their, like, sessions within the Knesset. They're just psychos, man. Like, you can't negotiate with these people. You cannot. The only thing that you can do is to just completely cut them off from the rest of the world. Sorry, Israel. Like, it is what it is. Like, if you guys cannot learn how to behave yourselves, then guess what? You should not be allowed to be able to fucking govern yourselves at this point in time. Like, Israel has made it extremely fucking clear in terms of its fucking behaviors that, guess what? They should not be allowed to fucking govern themselves anymore. Like, if you want some kind of peace within the Middle East, which Destiny pretends to be in favor of, then you should do everything possible in order to not allow the fucking Israelis to be able to self-govern, and that there has to be some form of an a democratic-based one-state solution with equal rights for all. That is the only solution to this fucking goddamn problem. But is Destiny interested in that? No.
Or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination of an entire race of people, just like the Nazis did to the Jews in calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them. It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent, and then later deny the actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality that they are actual terrorists. Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
We were looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again.
By the way, these motherfuckers will also during the attempted Great March of Return, which was again a civil and peaceful demonstration that was orchestrated by Hamas and Yahya Sinwar, when they would walk to the Gaza fence that was essentially set up by Israel to cordon off, well, the people of Gaza. As a byproduct of their failed settlement projects and attempts to fucking settle the Gaza Strip, you know what the Israelis did in response, Destiny? You know what? You want to know what they did in response? Shoot all the children and everyone there in the head with snipers. They just shot people as an initial response. Insane.
Say it again.
No, maybe I killed a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
Psycho.
Yes. Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital? Really? Yes. You guys kill children in Lebanon, is that okay?
I remember that all the DGGers were specifically complaining about Professor Dave using Omegle clips or something. Because this dude, I believe, is a Palestinian who goes on, like, Omegle to talk with a bunch of fucking, like, insane, crazy Zionists. This is not a one-off sort of situation. This is not a fucking attempt at some form of a clip chimp. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking freaks? If you interview, and Professor Dave provides, like, interviews and officials and members within the fucking Knesset, providing the fucking inherently dehumanizing fucking rhetoric that the Israelis have, generally speaking, for the Palestinians. And you're going to come to me and say that all this stuff is just random, out of context Omega clips. Go fuck yourselves, you fucking weirdos. Like, seriously, you guys are fucking psychotic little freaks.
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas.
What about the children, the babies?
The babies is good too.
Really? In Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran.
Really? It's okay to babies in...
Yeah, known Hamas operatives within Lebanon. Again, these people are insane.
Iran?
Yes, yes.
And
okay.
in Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians? Have you ever killed any Palestinian children? How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I...
היינו במערב, זיהינו 3 אובייקטים מתקרבים לעברנו לשטח שהוא שטח השמדה. ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה לחסל את 3 האובייקטים, כי הם נכנסים לתוך שטח השמדה שלנו. חיסלנו אותם, יש מג ונגב.
Yeah, man, I wonder who might have entered those sort of, like, areas, dude. Yeah, you know. Are you sure they're not, like, women or fucking children just because, like, some random jabronis entered a fucking kill zone? That means you have to shoot first and ask questions later? I'm just saying.
ולאחר מכן התברר שזה היה שני ילדים בגילאים בין 10 ל-12 והאימא שלהם, ואנחנו היינו צריכים לחסל אותם בפקודה, הפעלה פקודות.
זאת אומרת, הרגתי ילד. אפילו לא... אני אומרת צבא, לא אומרת... לחשוב על זה קשה. בזמן הייתי חושבת על זה מלא ו...
Former Israeli soldier confesses she murdered a Palestinian child. I mean, I'm telling you, these guys love to just kill children. It's okay, but Ela Klein thinks these guys are heroes.
עכשיו רק צוחקים על זה. כמו שאפשר לצחוק. זה נהיה פשוט שם, כאילו, חלק ממני. סיוון, זה לא יורד. מה לא יורד רותם? את לא מבינה, אני מנסה כבר עם סבון. מה לא יורד רותם? הדם מהידיים. יש לי דם על הידיים, אני לא יודעת מה לעשות.
Of course, this is a drop in the bucket. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so many accounts from both local and international doctors who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing.
No, but it's okay. In Destiny's mind, the lefties and Palestinians are significantly fucking worse. Okay, bro. Nice fucking meme, dude. Like, it's insanity to me. It's just fucking insanity to me.
This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people.
Bros, guys, this was all promised to me like 3,500 years ago. I was allowed to do ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Palestinians. It was all promised to me 3,500 years ago. Bros, bros, bros. Trust me, bros.
So they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly,
and this is why I consistently say that for liberals, using Israel as a litmus test is perfectly fucking justified. Israel constantly announces, and I mean announces, their genocidal intent and their flagrant desire to want to break international fucking law constantly. And these are structures that liberals are supposed to be interested in fucking defending. But for some reason, when it comes to the topic of Israel, all of a sudden, we have our eyes shut and our ears turned off. Like, we're not going to pay attention to any of the flagrant and blatant violations that Israel is constantly conducting, not only throughout the West Bank, but also throughout Gaza as well, within Lebanon, within Iran, within all of the fucking countries that they keep constantly fucking bombing. For what exactly? Guys, we still have to repay them for the fucking Holocaust. Well, personally, I don't really think that the creation of an ethno-state and the creation of a state that just acts with sheer impunity and just attacks all of their neighbors around them is equitable sort of like payback for the fucking Holocaust. Personally, I don't think like an ethno-state to pay back for treatment of a differing ethno-state on them as a population, I don't think that's really fucking justified. I think it's good to be just anti-ethno-state in general.
Supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
ומה קורה כשאתם רואים ילד ערבי? מה אתם מרגישים? זעם? מה קורה כשאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני?
Again, incorrectly, people would say that it's bad for white supremacists to believe this, but for some reason, it's fine for fucking Zionists. Why is that? That seems rather hypocritical, doesn't it?
למה אתם מוכרים עליו שלום לחרדים? מה הוא מפסיד?
Like, this is explicitly ethno-nationalist and ethno-supremacist.
כשאתם חושבים על ירושלים בעוד 10 שנים. כולם חרדים?
It's just propaganda. Literally the same shit the Nazis do. You know, get at them very fucking young in order to propagandize to all the fucking children. Consistent pattern of behavior.
Arabs will be slaves. They are inferior. Babies are terrorists. This is Israel. This is not some fringe political group. This is the whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughtering of countless innocent people, a thing that has been going on for almost 80 years now, but never with such ferocity as the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will. This is who Israelis are talking about. Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond...
Sorry, I am the dumb fuck DGGer, and I'm just going to say that you're specifically trying to make an appeal to emotion here. This is a logical fallacy. You can't be doing that.
Comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause. Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit. They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s.
True.
Given the age we live in, the horror show that is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on a daily basis. It is undeniable unless you deliberately look away. So-called liberal Zionists, which is an oxymoron, are in denial of this reality. Their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage. Their social media feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself, then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you...
And like I said before, like I've said this before about like all these like liberal fucking Zionists, they're just lazy on purpose, because you have to be lazy on purpose. And again, like the broader sort of like liberal constituency that exists throughout United States of America, oh, they're starting to wake up and see exactly what Israel is and what exactly Israel has been for the past fucking 80 years. And it turns out they're not big fans.
To the best of my extremely limited ability, what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I'm fully aware of that, and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines, and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of this nature. This means that while I can tell you about archivegenocide.com, and I can take select clips from there to place in this video, I can't show you the thousands upon thousands of videos of Palestinian children lying dead in a ditch with their guts.
Yeah, because I would assume there's highly fucking graphic stuff. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that you could display about Palestinians being... within hospital beds, like maybe not like missing limbs, that would probably be too far also for fucking YouTube, but you can like see all of the fucking Palestinian children bloodied and crying in hospital beds. This is the stuff that Destiny's okay with.
Pouring out of their abdomens, of Gazan parents clutching the lifeless bodies of their progeny in their arms, crying out to their God with a despair that haunts me every time I look at my own children. And I certainly can't show you what was never even captured. The countless bodies instantly vaporized. The countless bodies still trapped under rubble that will never be recovered. The countless bodies with limbs zip-tied and shoved into mass graves, with dirt...
Which is why, again, like, the official narrative says that it's about 73,000 Palestinians have died as a byproduct of this genocide. Which is, again... That's what's officially being reported, so it is fair to say, like, this is what's officially being reported, but in reality, it's definitely not the case. It's definitely much fucking higher.
Bulldozed on top of them, often still alive, shrieking as they get their last glimpse of daylight. There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main point of this video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza.
Well, then again, like I've said before, Destiny himself is not interested in looking because of one reason and one reason only, because of the fact that he's a spiteful loser against the left. I'm not 100% certain if Destiny gets paid by Israel. I don't think Destiny gets paid by Israel. What I do think is the case is that he's such a spiteful fucking loser that he's willing to just be like, yeah, I'm willing to excuse a genocide if it means I can get a fucking dig at the left. That is Destiny in a nutshell. Nothing but spite.
For nearly 3 years now, and it is objectively genocide. Anyone who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my...
Yeah, fucking Destiny is more equally qualified to talk about the actions of fucking Israel. Yeah, okay, bro. Nice fucking meme.
Word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hassan, since he will be able to get this point across quite succently.
Gaza has
been... sorry, Professor Dave, you can't use Mehdi Hassan. He's clearly a hacked propagandist for Hamas. Clearly, he gets paid by Qatar. I'm a fucking Zionist. My brain barely fucking functions. I'm not a very intelligent human being.
Been cut off from the world for almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel. So let me debunk this argument in less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza, or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commission for Human Rights, the UN High Commission for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN Special Rapporteurs, the former UN Humanitarian Chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bet Salem, Gisha, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Action Aid, the NGO Air Wars, the NGO Action on Armed Violence, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and its President Melanie O'Brien, the editor of the Journal of Genocide Research, Dirk Moses, the author of the book What is Genocide, Martin Shaw, the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars, Omar Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Shmuel Lederman, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, Refugees International, the International Rescue Committee, the former head of Israel's military, Moshe Yalon, the former head of Israel's Shin Bet, Ami Ayalon, the former deputy head of Israel's Mossad, Amran Levin, and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert. Who do you believe, them?
Man, that's a lot of former Israeli officials who are also saying, yeah, this is fucking genocide. And by the way, you want to know why those former Israeli officials are fucking saying that? Because they recognize, at the very least, they have, like, some mind in terms of the fucking politics of the whole situation. And they understand, like, dog, we will not be able to exist as a state because of all of this. We rely on support from the United States and outside of the West in order to be able to exist as a fucking state. If we keep going down along this path, we're only going to further isolate ourselves, and everyone's just going to hate us more and more and more. And our situation as a nation within the Middle East is just going to become more and more untenable. But Destiny's okay with this. And here's the thing, just to add just to add to Mehdi Hassan's fucking point, a list of people. You want to know who else has been saying that the actions of Israel are also wholeheartedly unjustified? The wife of, God, what's her fucking goddamn name? I think it's the wife of John McCain. I think, Cindy McCain. I think it's Cindy McCain. I could be wrong there. But she runs the World Food Program, I believe. And she has also been saying that, yeah, I've seen Palestinian children starving. This is a famine. What Israel is conducting here is a fucking famine, which is, again, illegal under international law. But it's okay. We have, like, mouthpieces like Destiny who constantly fucking justify this stuff. It's incredible to me.
Or the Israeli government? Who do you think is lying? All of them? Or Benjamin Netanyahu?
Who's a known liar and a propagandist.
But Mehdi didn't...
Quick reminder, Benjamin Netanyahu unironically does Holocaust revisionism in order to justify ethnic cleansing.
You know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas. The entire world...
But what is genocide? Martin Shaw, the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars, Omar Bar...
Thank you, YouTube, for doing that.
Of Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Shmuel Lederman, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, Refugees International, the International Rescue Committee, the former head of Israel's military, Moshe Yalon, the former head of Israel's Shin Bet, Ami Ayalon, the former deputy head of Israel's Mossad, Amran Levin, and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert. Who do you believe, them or the Israeli government? Who do you think is lying? All of them or Benjamin Netanyahu?
But Mehdi, didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed.
By the way, literally anyone else with like half a fucking brain cell would basically say, this is like some weird 1984 newspeak type shit. Because that's exactly what that is, right? That's what it's an attempt to be. An attempt at trying to do, a bunch of fucking... 1984 justifications newspeak bullshit. But for like
news.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, Destiny wants to like turn his brain off to that. Very interesting, convenient. Destiny, you don't need to be this fucking spiteful, you weirdo.
Closed. Anyway, more effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true...
Fucking stupid, dude. We'll never know what the actual death toll is because most of the people are buried under rubble. But yeah, man. But here's the fucking funny thing about this. There have been fucking press conferences by Trump where he may have potentially slipped how many people have died. Where he has talked about there being like 1.7 or 1.6 million people within Gaza. For those who don't know, before October 7th, the population within Gaza was about 2.2 million. So I wonder why Trump is talking about numbers like 1.7 and 1.6 million. I wonder why that's the case. That's a little interesting. Makes you think, doesn't it?
Count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024, 2 full years ago.
And again, that's coming from specifically the Gaza Health Ministry. I myself have also said, like, they have a reason to potentially be to propagandize and sort of lie here. But here's the thing. As soon as I read that the UN also trusts and other fucking various international organizations say, like, no, the Gaza Health Ministry's numbers are generally very, very reliable and tend to be very accurate. It's just like, oh, okay. Then we can certainly use those numbers, and I think that's totally fair then.
Estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have been totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind. And thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there's near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza for a single day since July 2024, ceasefire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds...
I believe, from what we understand, from what we know, about 1,000 people have been killed after the quote-unquote ceasefire has been signed.
Of thousands of Gazans, likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide. It is a maximization of casualties while still maintaining their version of plausible deniability. They also specifically targeted hundreds of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel publicizing...
I believe that this, to this fucking day, this has been the largest amount of journalists that have been killed in conflict recorded in human history.
Genocide and keeping citizens safe. That's genocide. The continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons as documented by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. That's genocide. It's very easy to get much more granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since. It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of international law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people. Israel really hits...
By the way, it's really, really funny because here's the thing. Destiny would correctly call out China for doing genocide of the Uyghur Muslims for the erasure of culture and stripping away of dignity, which is correct to say. But he's going to be rather, eyes turned off. Or not. That's not how it is. He's just not going to fucking pay attention to what's happening within Israel, within Palestine. And it makes you think. It's a little interesting, doesn't it?
Every single point on the genocide checklist. For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment and threats to her personal safety that I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population.
I wonder how he's been on Sudan. Destiny probably doesn't know shit.
Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never ending. 90% of Gazans...
And again, I'm going to say this consistently for all of you DGG dumb fucks that are inevitably going to come in here. This is what these that you motherfuckers constantly say is supposed to be an upholdant of liberal international, of liberal sort of like internationalism, is the institution, is the human rights organizations, and all of this, which is why I say that you motherfuckers are not actually liberals. You are illiberal. You do not believe in the tenets of fucking liberalism because you guys believe in a strange fucking far right little weirdo known as fucking Destiny. You're a cult. Like, this is the fucking main problem. This is the main criticism that I have of these people. None of you people are actually liberals. You do not believe in the tenets of liberalism. You do not believe in the sanctity of the international world order that you people pretend to uphold. Why? Because you just want to be spiteful against the fucking left. It's pathetic.
Displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality that we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians, while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announced that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78%...
These motherfuckers were, for example, complaining about the fact that the United States were not selling them fucking 2,000-pound bombs for them to continue their bombing of fucking children. Again, half of the casualties, women and fucking children.
of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing. Every hospital, every school, every bakery, every city demolished. Once refugee tent camps were set up, they bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go, and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate, and then bomb the safe routes. They designate safe spaces, and then bomb those too. And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it. It's complete annihilation combined with twisted psychological torture. It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza from day one. You're not convinced by these images? Too small in scope? Let's get a broader top-down view.
No, but it's okay. Destiny and all of his, like, associated little freaks will say that it's just fake or something. Like, okay, bro. Yeah, we've played this exact same video as well on the fucking channel, Boy Meets Mini. It is stark. By the way, this is something known as mowing the lawn, which is explicitly genocidal in terms of its intent. Yep, Sri Lanka also does this as well, Boy Meets Mini.
Presta atenção nessa cidade, ó. Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheia de pessoas, avenidas, cheia de construção. Eu vou mostrar pra vocês como que isso daqui é uma foto de satélite de 2023. Agora, olha como é que ela tá agora. Cadê a cidade?
Yo, city, where'd it go?
Cadê os prédios? Cadê as pessoas? Vou tirar o zoom pra você ver o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha o tamanho dessa área destruída. Olha isso aqui. Isso aí é a cidade de Rafah, no sul da faixa de Gaza, que é na fronteira com o Egito. Essa área destruída, só nessa área destruída ao sul, toda essa área cinza, toda essa área que eu der um zoom aqui, eu vou ver uma área destruída. Essa área aqui é maior do que a área que foi destruída pela bomba de Hiroshima.
Now, clearly this guy is some kind of, like, I don't know, Hamas terrorist or something. If we want to, like, I don't know, believe what these schizophrenics, generally speaking, say.
A bomba atômica de Hiroshima. Qualquer lugar que eu aponte aqui, eu vou ver casas destruídas, destruição. Uma das coisas mais horrendas da história humana. E isso aqui vai assombrar a humanidade por muito tempo. E o holocausto da Segunda Guerra se repetiu. Infelizmente, e ninguém conseguiu impedir. E até agora, os responsáveis por esse crime contra a humanidade estão rindo à toa. Fica aqui esse registro, porque é uma coisa assustadora. E como o olho que tudo sabe, tudo vê, não apaga a imagem, essa é a imagem real. Contra fatos, não há argumentos. O que aconteceu aqui foi um genocídio.
It doesn't get any clearer than this. Gaza is now an uninhabitable wasteland. Absolutely nobody can keep a straight face and say that this level of destruction had anything to do with targeting terrorists while keeping civilians safe. We can know this with even greater certainty by looking at what they're doing in Lebanon.
Yeah, they've just been bombing houses, bombing bridges that have, like, basically no military value to them whatsoever. They've been forcibly evacuating hundreds of thousands of Lebanese people within the south, and still bombing them anyways. Because, again, they're genociders. They're insane. Yo, some ceasefire, guys. You know what they say, guys? There's no ceasefire like an Israeli ceasefire.
Village after village, town after town, not individual buildings, the entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism. Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is the aggressor state,
Again, and that's also a byproduct of, the actions of Israel within the Israel fucking Lebanon war, which happened during the 80s. Does Destiny know or care about that? No.
Anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star. But again, this level of destruction has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build
Yeah, they're going to build settlements. They've talked about wanting to build settlements within Lebanon. It's all part of the Greater Israel Project. Always has been. Why? Because of all the various interests and support around that by either Christian Zionist groups, like Kufi, for example, and various military-industrial complex interests and security interests that are going to be able to make a nice fucking buck off of all the fucking death.
settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you themselves if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
המלחמה בהיבט הנדל"ני. אתה כבר התבטאת לא פעם לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוכנית הצפונית, אבל סתם, זה לא מצחיק, יש תוכנית עסקית, תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי האנשים הכי מקצועיים שיש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ.
AKA Jared Kushner, because Jared Kushner and also Donald Trump was talking about how, quote unquote, well, you know what's like great real estate? Gaza's great real estate. It would have been nice to be able to develop some property on there. It's like, yeah, man. While there's fucking ethnic cleansing going on, very cool, Trump.
לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו, גם אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, אני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזאת, אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי הקרקע אחר כך בעזה, אבל עכשיו, לא בצחוק. את שלב ההריסה, שהוא תמיד השלב הראשון בהתחדשות העירונית עשינו, עכשיו צריך לבנות, זה הרבה יותר זול.
It's not funny. There's a business plan. Thanks to Trump, the real estate mogul, cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth, it's going to be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, first, you demolish everything. That's always the first phase. If people are already living there, kill them by the hundreds of thousands if you want. What's the difference? They're not chosen people like us. Murder them, displace them, whatever you have to do. Destroy absolutely everything in the region until not a single building is left standing. Then go in, clear the rubble, and build luxury condos or whatever the fuck you want. Easy peasy. Do you understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or...
Now, let's say, hypothetically speaking, Hamas were to do a terrorist attack against this. Hypothetically speaking, that justifies all of Israel's fucking actions. Destiny, probably.
Protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort. Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused.
Literally, the day after, on October 8th, Hamas offered to return all of the hostages in return of Israel not invading Gaza. Guess what Israel did in turn? Oh, invade Gaza. The intention has always been clear from these fucking freaks.
In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell it, but if you couldn't see what was happening then, do you see?
And again, just a quick fucking reminder, the whole point of this and the reason why the fucking attacks by Hamas even happened on October 7th to begin with is for one reason and one reason only. Oh, the Abrahamic Accords. Thus making Hamas feel they are in an isolated corner and they need to do something in order to get out, like a cornered animal, and as a byproduct had to do a terrorist attack in order to be able to get out of that fucking metaphorical corner. It's not great that that's what had to happen, but you have to say this. What other choice have they been given?
See it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out Gaza to keep it, with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Now that they're most of the way there with Gaza, an American military base is being built within the territory, and plans are underway to round up remaining Gazans and put them into concentration camps while they clear out the rubble and start to build new Gaza. You heard that correctly. Zionist Jews are going to put people in concentration camps. And you heard the other thing correctly too. New Gaza is already being sold to the American public. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband and haunted marionette, unveiled the plans for New Gaza, which will be luxury resorts as far as the eye can see, with some land carved out for Trump as a thank you.
By the way, this has always been the fucking plan from Jared Kushner for, at this point, decades, ever since accepting that fucking initial deal of Saudi money as well during the first Trump administration. But, whatever. Trump Gaza #1. Let me tell you, folks, it's going to be great.
You for greenlighting all of this. And guess what?
Yep, that's true. Boy Meets Minnie. There is a settlement in Syria, aka the Golan Heights, that was also named after Trump as well. Because of Israel. Because Trump was just like, oh yeah, you can have the Golan Heights, whatever. It's just like, oh, okay, cool.
But if you were one of those folks thinking that Israel's actions are way over the top, but what are you going to do because October 7th? Well, I'm going to take that away from you as well. Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it. The music festival taking place just 3 miles...
Mossad knew about the attacks, and they knew about it for about a year, and they didn't do any preparation for it.
from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute. Military response to initial activity was delayed for hours in a way that is difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th, with no justification given.
6:30 בבוקר, 7 באוקטובר, אתה במוצב. אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30. אני הייתי לוחם במחלקת מרגמות בגדוד 13, גולן.
Yes, it was moved there last minute. In every single way, these motherfuckers have been lying about all their fucking conduct and behavior, boy meets Minnie. Oh, they have been.
ובאותו לילה, אני, יותם סרור, הסמל שלי תמר בן יהודה, זיכרונו לברכה, שלושתנו עושים לילה לבן. הרשינו לעצמנו בשבתות וחגים במיוחד, לעשות לילה לבן עד לכוננות עם שחר, ואתם יודעים, יש לנו זמן לישון מחלקת מרגמות, עד לכוננות הבאה. אז ב-5:20 בבוקר, אנחנו יושבים ליד הקשר כדי לא להעיר מאזין, והסמג"ד שלי, ניר בוינפלק, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד, פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה. כל התחנות, לא יודע למה, לא יודע איך, משהו בסגנון הזה, אין סיור בגדר עד 9 בבוקר. באיזה שעה זה? 5:20 בבוקר.
כל התחנות נשארים כאן משנה, אז מבחינת קרקע ואויב אין לנו דברים משמעותיים. מבחינת כוחותינו יצאה הנחיה מהחטיבה שעד השעה 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה. אני חוזר שוב, עד 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא יורד לבורמה. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שואל יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל מתחיל.
Incredible,
דופק לנו פרצוף כזה
Like, literally, bro is saying and talk about how a lot of the fucking patrols were basically stopped. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why these patrols are being stopped. Nah. It's almost as if Mossad knew about this shit happening for about a year, and some of the fucking higher ups within Israel themselves said, like, we can use this to justify the ethnic cleansing. Now, I'm only speculating when I say that specifically, but let's be honest here. Would you really put it past Israel to basically do something like that? I personally would not.
מה? ואתה יודע, אנחנו חיילים פשוטים סך הכל, לוחמים, לא מפקדים ולא קצינים שנוכל לשאול שאלות, זו הוראה של הסמג"ד. מקבלים את הפקודה הזאת ולא שואלים שאלות, הורדת פקודה רגילה. ובאמת, אחרי שעה, 6:30, פתאום אזעקות.
תראה, אני אגיד לך את האמת, אני חייתי עם זה מה-7 באוקטובר, ומאוד חששתי לדבר על זה, וכשהגעתי לכנסת, זה היה אחרי תקופה ששאלתי כמה אנשי צבא בכירים, מה בעצם קרה שם. והיו כאלה שבהתחלה אמרו לי, תשמע, היה יום צליפה של נ"טים על הגדר, לכן לא רצינו לשלוח חיילים, כדי שלא ייפגעו. ואז עם הזמן קצת נפל לי האסימון, ואמרתי, רגע, אם יש יום צליפה, איך יכול להיות שאני סך הכל 200 מטר מהגדר, לא יודע שיש איום, איך יכול להיות שחברים שלי נלחמים בלי וסט, עם תחתונים וגרביים, ואף אחד לא יודע שיש משהו, אנחנו סך הכל 200-300 מטר מהגדר. ואז זה עוד הפעם ישב לי בראש, ובאמת הזמינו אותי פתאום לכנסת. הרגשתי שזו ההזדמנות באמת לפתוח את הנושא הזה ולדבר עליו ולהבין בעצם מה קרה שם. והנה, את אומרת, כמו שאת אומרת, הרבה אנשים זה נשמע להם תמוה, ומה בעצם קרה שם. ואנחנו עוד פעם חוזרים לזה, ואני אגיד לך את האמת, אני חי עם איזשהו חור במוח, מאז 7 באוקטובר, שמשהו בלב מרגיש לי אני לא יודע מה היה שם, אני רוצה להבין.
A little coincidental, no.
Bro, even the fucking soldiery themselves, they didn't even understand why they were there. Oh my god, dude. In every single way that this was intended to prompt some form of fucking violent reprisal by Israel. It just was, man. God, in every single way. This was fucking intended by the Israeli state, dude. But it's okay. Destiny's gonna do defense for them because he's like spiteful against lefties or something. Incredible, man.
No. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing their own citizens on purpose to prevent their captivity, including a tank firing on a kibbutz. This is how much Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well as friendly fire and Hannibal Directive deaths, you're left with a number of civilian casualties that are exceeded by Palestinian deaths on any decent day for Israel since October 7th, and countless days before as well.
Nah, but it's okay. Infinite reprisal for Israel. It's totally fucking justified in the mind of Destiny.
Gaza was the most heavily monitored population on the planet. Israel knew that this was their opportunity to get 9/11 levels of support from murdering Arabs, and they took it, plain and simple. Now, if you thought that Israel was only a menace to its Middle Eastern neighbors, think again. Israel is a threat to the United States and every single American too. Let's go over the countless ways that Israel is specifically ruining the U.S. Let's start with some recent news. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli militaries.
Which, by the way, that official part of the NDAA has now essentially passed. And the reasoning for as to why this is happening in particular is for one reason and one reason only. So then there doesn't have to be any more votes within Congress over, guess what? Aid packages, which means it's just a part of the discretionary budget instead. Now, a lot of people have been saying, like, actually, Daho, it's more so about integration of fucking cybersecurity and other fucking interests like that. It's just like, oh really? That's what they're fucking going with? That's what you're going to go with. Saying that it's all about just, like, integration of, like, cybersecurity. And also, not about the sharing of fucking resources between the fucking militaries. Oh, really? We're going to go with that pitiful fucking excuse. Yeah, okay, dude. And what do you think is exactly going to be intended with this quote-unquote fucking sharing? Well, what do you think is going to be the intentions of that? You know, yeah, the cybersecurity's already been integrated for decades anyways. Like, it's not about cybersecurity. It's, again, it's an attempt to essentially just have, or to not have Congress vote anymore on aid packages, making it such that it's only a part of the military budget instead, which has been constantly fucking increasing over and over and over again. And, you know, part of a fucking sovereignty argument. It makes it such that it is harder for people to protest over. That's the point. And because we all know, for example, with the fucking TikTok ban that happened, which was a bipartisan effort. Thank you, Joe Biden, you fucking moron. We know that the whole point of that TikTok ban was essentially an attempt to try to shut down organizations being done by pro-Palestinian fucking activists. They said that much in leaked phone calls. But whatever, nah, actually it's for something different. Fucking nice meme, dude.
Did you hear what I just said? Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military with the military of a foreign country, the one committing genocide. Moving from aid to partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later.
While you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that. First, you know all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year, the ones that are used to murder children? Now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time and in any amount.
Oh my god, that's what I said. Whoa. No need for congressional oversight. No need for the Leahy Act. No need for any of the other fucking checks and balances. Nah, if the president just wants to, on a whim, send a bunch of money to Israel, or the Pentagon or Secretary of Defense wants to just do that, they just can. They just can. Fuck it. Who cares? Who cares about what the fucking people think? Nah. The people? Who gives a fuck about them?
Next, the government is trying to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would make the...
Yo, fucking base, dude. Destiny, this is what you want, dude? You want a bunch of American citizens to just basically, get murdered in Israel or something? Yo, epic, dude. Yeah, it's gonna jack up inflation. They got the fucking money printer, the Chica meme, with the money fucking printer shit. And it's just like, okay, dude, this is what Destiny's in support of, guys. He loves this stuff.
Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems would be integrated into all the highest classification functions of the U.S. military. So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel, including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel is another country, a totally separate country from this one. If it were suggested that the American military merge with that of Switzerland, that already would be fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army with a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law. This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening. Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible to undo, no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it. What's next?
Which is pretty much every single fucking, about half of the Democratic caucus and pretty much every single fucking Republican within the House. Because that shit fucking passed about, 314 votes to about 111? Something like that? I think was the total vote count. Yeah, treasonous.
Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground for experimental weapons. New weapons are routinely tested on Palestinian guinea pigs. Who will they be used on next? Whoever Israel wants, including American citizens. The techno-fascism that is taking over the American government is nearly indistinguishable from the Zionist lobby. Take a look at Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Viewers of my channel need know...
Who, guess what? Have a lot of investments within Israel. I wonder why they have a lot of investments going on within Israel. Because it's meant to be a fucking testing ground.
introduction to Teal, he's a disgusting gremlin who directly finances an overwhelming percentage of the anti-science propaganda I debunk, whether coming from puppets like Eric Weinstein or Christian theocrats promoting intelligent design. CEO Karp proudly describes himself as the most publicly supportive CEO of Israel and never shuts up about how awesome Israel is. Teal is right there with him. Palantir has a strategic partnership with the Israeli Defense Ministry, providing AI models for the IOF. Basically, Palantir is a key component of Israel's ability to commit genocide. Guess what else Palantir is up to? Huge contracts with the Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American.
Again, quick reminder, Destiny, you're supposed to be a fucking liberal. You should be against all of this stuff here. Yet you don't have a problem with this. That's a little fucking interesting. You don't have a problem with all the Israeli tech that's being further integrated in immigration enforcement services. You don't have a fucking problem with a lot of the actions of the AI tech security firms in order to further spy on American citizens. I wonder why that's the case. I wonder why Destiny doesn't have a problem with all this stuff. Spite. I'm going to keep saying that over and over and over again. He's just doing it because he's spiteful.
American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk. He has a direct relationship with Bibi. Agreements with Israel regarding Starlink. AI collaborations. Plans for an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations. If content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct response to requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by Dropsite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests.
By the way, it's they haven't done this again. This is not the only fascistic fucking weirdos that, for example, Elon Musk or Meta have done this for, or Mark Zuckerberg have as well. They've done this for Narendra Modi in order to suppress political dissidents. Same within Turkey as well, to suppress political dissidents to, well, Erdogan.
Issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government? Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform...
Yep, we've talked about this already before. The whole premise of the fucking TikTok ban and the Larry Ellison takeover of TikTok was for what exactly? Oh, because Congress was mad about the fact that TikTokers were saying, you know what, actually... ethnic cleansing and genocide within Palestine is actually kind of bad, and they tried to use it as an opportunity to try to go after political dissidents. Again, Destiny, you should have problems with this, but for some reason, you never do.
Where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison has long-standing personal and political ties with Israeli leaders, and he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens.
Real quick, for all the motherfuckers who love to constantly bitch, moan, and complain about the surveillance systems that China has, for example, which are obviously not great, buddy, where the fuck do you think they got all that shit from? Oh, Israel. It all comes from fucking Israel. Damn, it's almost as if Israel might be the root of everything that's fucking bad within this goddamn society at the moment. Stupid.
Citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens, but also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population. And the contracts are redacted. Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to...
Crazy story, I actually talked to someone at a tech event 6 years ago who I later found out was in Unit 8200, which is the cyber unit of Israel. She asked me if I was Palestinian. I said no. I thought everyone was lying. She thought I was lying, and everyone gave her weird looks. That's very, very fucking weird. Now, yeah, she's probably not active military, but it was definitely fucking recent.
to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine guns are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next?
By the way, we have seen a bunch of these before. In like various unmanned fucking vehicles with just a bunch of fucking random guns on it. Again, this is the exact same shit that they were doing in Ukraine as well. Not to say that the Ukrainians are, you know, responsible for any of that whatsoever, but just to say where the Israelis are more than likely getting these ideas from.
Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from dangerous Antifa? Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison. One of them wasn't even at—
Yep, we literally unironically covered this fucking story. It is genuinely fucking insane. Some of the guys were just not even there. One of the guys was unironically just not even present at that protest. But it's okay. Destiny's okay with this stuff.
The fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet, they will spend their lives in jail. Why? To establish precedent for labeling the activity of individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals with zero basis? Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted. This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. You're part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize and resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol. They assaulted police.
And by the way, these motherfuckers will constantly complain about why do all the lefties keep saying, you know, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. This is why. Unironically, this is why people will say, scratch a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds.
Officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No.
Nope.
Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award them billions of dollars of taxpayer money for damages. What, sir?
Yeah, by the way, hey, Destiny, I thought you cared so much about dealing with the fucking Jan Sixers. Guess not anymore.
The state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature, and whatever defies the state is terrorism, even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians. This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM-7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide are linked to political violence, which just means a legal way to target nonprofit organizations and absolutely any activist they please. Watch lists of—
Guys, we have to go after Antifa, by the way. Listen, for all you conservative dumb fucks who keep complaining about, like, how the left is 1984 or whatever the fuck, this is what actual 1984 looks like, you dumbasses.
Suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender, opposition to traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are in there. I'm not making up a fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream. What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things.
I don't know what that is.
This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from. Other countries are doing the same thing. A new law in Britain gives sweeping powers to executive leadership to determine terroristic threats and imprison protesters, criminalizing journalism and activism, using broad provisions to put people in jail for a decade or more. Germany is on board as well, approving a bill that makes criticism of Israel a criminal offense punishable by 5 years in prison. Supporting a cause or quoting a source that is arbitrarily deemed—
Like, literally, all of this shit just to fucking protect a dumb fuck ethno-state in the Middle East, dude. Like, all of this bullshit to protect Israel, bro. But Destiny's okay with it, guys. He's fine with it, no problem.
Terrorist threat will be a crime, and countless people will begin going to jail for defending basic human rights. What is the justification for such draconian measures? Always, without fail, anti-Semitism. The boogeyman, the hyperinflated threat that justifies ruining countless lives, an embodiment of the toxicity it pretends to fight. Oh, and what will be the last resort if the American public simply will not accept foreign rule? Just ask Israeli defense researcher Benny Sapti. He recently tweeted this: maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Sounds like a threat, doesn't it?
Sounds
Yes,
like a threat.
Israel can and would commit a terrorist attack on American soil, blame it on Arabs, and gaslight the world into supporting a renewed...
Oh, absolutely they would do this. Without a shadow of a doubt, Israel would pull some stuff like this. And they'd be gleeful about it as well, saying like, look at us fucking doing that terrorist attack upon American soil, killing thousands upon thousands of Americans in order to, I don't know, justify more funding for ourselves, but also to have American permanent support within the Middle East. They would definitely do this. They would absolutely do this. It's funny because the majority of the right doesn't understand what Antifa stands for. You can ask them if they are anti-fascist, and they'll say yes, but not realize they are Antifa, Lamau. It's because civic education I've said this before, Zane, like, it's dead within America. And it's been killed on purpose by Ronald Reagan.
Renewed wave of violence on whomever they please, with full American economic and military support. Sounds too far-fetched? Think again. Israel has a history of this behavior. In 1967, Israeli aircraft...
Yep, that's the, during the Six-Day War, and they bombed the USS Liberty. Who did that? Oh, Israel. Israel did that.
Torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship, of course, since those usually fly American flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation. Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America into war on their behalf. Benny knew he...
And here's the thing, right? And this is something that happens before. All these fucking dumbfuck liberal Zionist types will correctly point out how the Russians will pull stuff like that. Correctly so, right? The Russians would absolutely do false flag operations like this all the time. Yet they don't have the same reservations for when Israel does stuff like that. Well, I wonder why that's the case. That's a little suspicious. A little interesting. It's a bit of an inconsistency here.
Fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs and never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did very recently to the European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured, and raped. Israel did it.
And they also have done this to Lebanese people as well. Christian symbols within Lebanon have been desecrated to the point where even Mike Huckabee himself, one of the arch fucking Zionists, said, yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. It's actually kind of bad. This is Israel, dude. They are an ethno-nationalist, ethno-supremacist state. Defending them as a fucking liberal is genuine fucking insanity. But, nah, it's okay. Destiny needs to be spiteful against the left. Gotta have spite for the left, specifically, guys.
It proudly and brazenly with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them. And if serious consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always resort to the Samson option. This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically, if Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody. Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means they aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means
they definitely fucking have nukes.
They absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America, every effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing...
Which, by the way, you want to know who gave them the nukes? The French.
Slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed a threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So Trump and Bibi, along with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes light of American war crimes in Afghanistan, the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on U.S. assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration, dismantling absolutely any...
Quick reminder, of course, these are international institutions which liberals are supposed to be in favor of. But for some reason, very, very conveniently, just when it comes to fucking Israel, they have a problem with it. It's very convenient, isn't it? In every single way that fucking liberals keep, or quote-unquote liberals, because Destiny, again, it's not an actual fucking liberal. In every single way that these motherfuckers can just be like complete utter charlatans and pretend to care about the liberal international order that these fucking dumbasses pretend to care about. Oh, they will constantly fail and just not actually give a shit at all about in terms of like protecting the quote unquote liberal international order these people pretend to care about.
Institution which serves the global citizenry at the behest of a twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war crimes? Destroy the ICC. It's a trend, and it's one I've been highlighting in my content for a while now. None of this is normal. This is not business as usual. This current administration is the beginning of the fascist takeover. It is happening now. They are trying to eradicate democracy. Whoever doesn't see that is blind. Anyone crying about TDS can fuck themselves. This is the moment where we either fight all of this while we still have an outside chance, or we submit to tyranny and accept fascist authoritarian rule. There is not an ounce of hyperbole in anything I've said.
Quick reminder, this is why, again, people keep saying, cut a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds. So you doing all of your fucking left bashing, Destiny, out of spite for the fact that you're just jealous about the fact that you couldn't have a monopoly around yourself, it helps the fucking fascists. You are a fucking fascist enabler, little bro. You always have been.
The infrastructure for the authoritarian police state is being built and implemented right now. Today. People can sense the changes being implemented by Project 2025 personnel. Public opinion regarding Israel has shifted irreparably even among conservatives. The oligarchy knows it, and they are doing everything they can to secure authoritarian control before this term is over, and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock cameras on every corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood. Digital IDs required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against it. With these acts that can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods. They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists, according to the state. Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is not a single nook or cranny of any of this shit that doesn't involve Israel. Israel is pure poison, and Zionism is the ideology.
I don't know. I'm a DGGer, and I think that Professor Dave might be a little fucking anti-Semitic here, guys. I don't know. I'm not really saying much of anything because there's just not really much that needs to be said. Professor Dave is being extremely fucking thorough, and he's just correct in terms of all of his assessments. Destiny has no problems with any of this because, again, spite against the left. That's all that it is. All of this fucking bad stuff, clearly against the Constitution, that clearly Americans would not support. Destiny has no problem with it. Why? Hatred of lefties.
Behind it. An ideology of Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most vile source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt, and anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot? Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and talk about his rose-colored relationship with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It's not...
Oh boy, I remember this fucking clip here. This is an oldie but a fucking goodie. Oh boy, this is a classic fucking infamous Destiny statement where, again, he was on some dumb fuck panel where he was just saying, like, oh yeah, I mean, Israel is justified in what they're doing because, listen, they're just fucked. Fuck it, who cares, whatever. They should just act with sheer impunity. I don't give a shit because it's clear that they're fucked based off of all the stuff that I quote-unquote read.
Sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is
literally, unironically. I don't think that was a Wick panel, Boy Meets Minnie. I think it was a differing panel. That was before Wick for sure. That's unironically 1-to-1 the exact same fucking propaganda that Zionists use in order to justify their fucking behavior. Fucking credible.
Is pro-genocide. He supports the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome, according to Destiny. Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told.
Uh-oh, not Bad Empanada, not that fucking schizo weirdo. Listen, I'll say this again. Bad Empanada is absolutely a fucking complete weirdo, right? But when it comes to this stuff and pointing out fucking Israel's crimes, he is correct here. Again, this is in pertinence to the Great March of Return with multiple children who walked up to the fucking fence in order to do civil fucking protests, which are things that liberals should agree with. Destiny has no problem with the fact that the Israeli snipers decided to kill a bunch of children. white flags, and everything, saying that they are surrendering, saying that they're not fucking threats. They still get killed anyways.
Told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So,
oh wait, no, this was, I believe during October 7th, not during the Great March of Return. This is completely different.
What did Destiny think about this? Well,
the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So, like, why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point, that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he...
Wait, what shit did he do, you fucking dumbass? Hold a white flag by a fence? And you think he's just going to do some random shit in order to get killed? Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Sets up behind this thing, right? This is concealment, I guess, not cover concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot, and everything is... This is it. It's like Act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe,
What, you think this is some fucking Pallywood shit, you fucking schizophrenic freak? You fucking psychopath? Dude, this is fucking insane, dude. Like, pushing a ridiculous fucking conspiracy theory all just because you're spiteful against the left. It's pathetic, man. Like, I honestly doubt that this motherfucker is a human.
So you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people...
Oh, they were farming TikTok clips, but you don't think they're acting. Okay, buddy. Nice meme.
These people actually, yeah, like, have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy?
What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, man, they were holding white flags, did literally everything Israel wanted them to do, still got shot anyways. You think they're going to be suicide bombers? You're a fucking freak. You are insane. You should get your head checked.
Guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound, but it seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area...
He unironically is just parroting fucking Pallywood fucking talking points. Yeah, man. Yeah, these are very selective clips being done by Palestinian social media influencers. Like, who are making the fucking selective clips, you fucking freak?
They were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action, and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
Yeah, justified action. Some people walking up, listening to the instructions of the IDF with a white flag. Destiny, do you know what a white flag means, you fucking freak?
Right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farming for TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence because Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it because of her short skirt, but 1,000 times worse. Anyone who uses the term Pallywood is a fuck...
Oh, Dave, here's the thing. Destiny would unironically actually make those arguments sometimes.
Monster. Once again, if you actually truly want to see what happens in Gaza on a daily basis, you can head over to archivegenocide.com and look for yourself. Bring a barf.
Or you can watch, unironically, like, the recent documents that we just watched right now from Andrew fucking Callaghan of Channel 5. Or you can also watch Louis Theroux's documents as well. Fuck it, you can even watch CNN footage, man. CNN has actively documented some of the stuff that Israel pulls within the West Bank.
People are ruthlessly slaughtered every single day, and the thousands of videos on that site are only a tiny fraction of the carnage that has been inflicted on Palestinians over the past 2.5 years. Pretending that they're faking it is identical to Holocaust denial, except way worse since this is happening today. Now here he is doing a fan meetup in Israel, giving advice to young IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
I do have this little worry that in the media and in the global, opinion, it's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier.
It's not. It's absolutely. Yeah, the opinion is really bad. Yeah. There's one piece of advice I'll give you. Okay, if you're joining the IDF, okay, leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos. Okay, because everybody's fucking you with them. Okay, and if you see a soldier.
I wonder why Destiny's trying to give this advice to these IDF soldiers. That's a little interesting. Yes. By the way, for all of you dumbfuck DGG low IQ dumbfucks, this is why people suspect he's getting paid by Israel. Because he keeps doing because he did a fucking propaganda trip alongside Lonerbox, which is why a lot of people sort of operate under the suspicion, like, okay, why is he doing this? Is he getting paid? What the fuck is going on here? This is genuinely insane. Like, why is he doing this? Why is he saying this stuff? This is very, very strange.
Okay, go into a fucking drawer. And listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians, and when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes, like a little trophy. If you didn't know that IOF soldiers do this all the time, now you know. Anyway, Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show, but you guys, stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide. Keep it to yourself, okay? By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024, where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip. Here he is with Elon Levy, the shit stain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of—
Yeah, Elon Levy, if you've ever know anything about that fucking freak, complete psychopath, will basically do anything possible in order to justify the actions of Israel, not only on Twitter, but also within media appearances as well. Freak.
The genocide. So basically, he's the guy who sold the world on this genocide more than anyone else. He's the one who amplified narratives about beheaded babies and a baby in the oven on October 7th that definitely didn't exist. Hamas using Palestinians as human shields when that's actually what Israel does. The ultra-sophisticated Hamas bases under the hospitals that were never there, shouting about how anyone exposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to expand against international law, and a Kahanist who served as a political advisor to Ben-Gvir. Here he is with Benny Morris.
Very interesting. Destiny, I thought you cared about international law. I thought you cared about international fucking principles and law. I thought you cared about that stuff. I thought you were a fucking liberal. This is why I call you people illiberal. Why you don't actually believe in international law, or why you don't. Why I constantly say that these fucking freaks in DGG do not believe in any sort of like form of international fucking law. Why? Because it's very, very clear, just based off of the actions of Israel, that these motherfuckers do not agree with liberalism. They don't. Period. End of story. It's very funny because I remember when Steven blamed the left for being too concerned with optics. It is very funny that Destiny is the one who says that when it's mostly his fucking freakazoid losers who talk about optics all the fucking time. That's not a left-leaning thing. Left-leaning people only concern themselves about the optics when it's necessary. It's mostly the fucking liberals who talk about optics.
An Israeli historian who tried to whitewash the 1948 Nakba, which is the true beginning of this campaign of ethnic cleansing and dispossession of Palestinians. He also did a 2-on-2 debate with Benny against Norman Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel, Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician, and Shel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier, Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has a long play.
You want to know, again, this is why people keep constantly saying, Destiny, you probably got a fucking paid trip to Israel. This is why people keep saying that, little buddy. I want you to fucking understand that, DGG fucking freaks. This is why everyone thinks that he got a paid propaganda trip.
Playlists with way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbara field trip.
Oh, it's very interesting that he was also talking to a dude who did steal the fucking Palestinian's home. Very interesting. You know, Destiny just fucking broadcasting war crimes? Humanitarian crimes? Very, very interesting, Destiny. Oh, how the mighty, quote-unquote mighty, surely hath fallen.
Destiny was recruited by Israel to publish content to brainwash American liberals into denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time, including an
fucking says Destiny, by the way, whose son is a groiper little freak who he has neglected for the past, like, 15 fucking years. Okay, Destiny.
Especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going to a country that has been kept at a caloric deficit, and now here we are months and months and months in, where all the people dying of starvation. Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation during this genocide. He asks where the dead people are and can't even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another genocide-supporting piece of shit and incredible disappointment of a human being. Who knows? He may deserve a video at some point as well.
So you don't even deserve to be in
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel's preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated
by
military.
Why would cookies be prevented from going in?
And
What were custom rockets fueled with?
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah,
with sugar.
Yeah, with fucking... Wait, does Destiny really think that the Gazans or Hamas somehow have the ability to break down cookies into raw sugar to make rocket fuel for rockets? Fucking listen to yourself, Steven, you fucking schizophrenic. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
And fertilizer, yes, that's how they need to really
We're going to deny Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used for...
First of all, you don't allow back in because he's more sophisticated.
That's right. There has to be a blockade to prevent food from getting to starving Gazans because they will use the sugar to make rockets. That just came out of his dumb fuck face.
Fucking stupid,
Starving
man.
2 million people to death is cool because we can't have tiny dinky little rockets damaging a bus stop while Israel...
Like, again, literally, these are fucking bottle rockets. Bottle rockets that are going to get intercepted like 90% of the time by Iron Dome anyways. Can't have food going in, can't have electricity going in because we're going to be afraid of some fucking bottle rockets.
Israel continues to carpet bomb Gaza on a regular basis. Fuck me, what an asshole.
Genocide is a special crime that has two elements. One of the elements requires some kind of destruction of a people or taking away of their children or sterilization, something like that. An obvious thing. But this
Which Israel is doing. Yeah, Israel's doing that by just murdering everybody.
second part is a highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent,
which Israel is also doing. Yeah.
Is what makes genocide so unique. And there are so many things related to genocide that don't apply to modern military conflict that you should take note of, because when you start to apply genocide in the way it's being applied to Israel, it basically would be applied to every single conflict.
No, it wouldn't, you delusional asshat.
No,
Israel's
dumbass.
genocide is not a military conflict. Palestinians...
Yeah, like military conflict, by the way. That's how you fucking know this guy is drunk in all the fucking dumb fuck Kool-Aid. Again, because the only reason, I'm going to keep saying this constantly, the only reason why Destiny is adopting the position that he adopts is because he's a spiteful little freak against the left. It's incredible how this motherfucker went all the way from, I don't know, pretending to be a lefty to do debates, 1v4 debates against all those fucking goddamn Nazis, to immediately justifying the fucking Nazi sort of ethnic cleansing happening within the fucking, within Gaza, within the West Bank, within Israel. Like, incredible to me, dude. Incredible. Like, this is why I keep saying, yeah, rage baiting the fucking support war crimes. I hope it's really worth it, Destiny, to get those rage baits against those icky, stinky lefties that you hate so much. Because guess what? When you die off, and everyone will look back in history, no one's going to fucking remember you fondly, little bro. Everyone's going to look at you as the fucking absolute freak that you are. That's what people are going to remember you as. A freak.
Don't have a military. They're a prisoner population being indiscriminately slaughtered while their land is demolished and stolen. That's why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening in the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed, and yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this...
Like, literally, like, unironically, every instance of any form of institution that the Palestinians tried to establish, Israel fucking took away from them. Like, they don't have control over their own fucking water supply and food supply, you fucking moron. They don't even have a fucking airport, man. It's fucking stupid, man.
Clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going...
You understand, just as a real quick thing, you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that that's a euphemism.
Dude, transfer is not the same as fucking ethnic cleansing. Then what is it, dude? Like, by this logic, Destiny, you would have supported the Trail of Tears, you dumb motherfucker.
Hold on, no.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves, effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic group, that wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How silly.
Again, this is... Destiny, unironically, by that logic, is in support of the Trail of Tears. Period. End of story. But whatever. Destiny doesn't give a fuck about that. All about rage-baiting lefties, guys.
BFF Benny Morris told me so.
Like, I think a broad general problem with Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe... Like, Jewish conspiracies are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. The Jews control all the West, all the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah.
Hey, Destiny, have you ever asked yourself the question as to why they may think that? A funny little guy named Norm Finkelstein sort of talked about that. The Houthis, the reason why they believe in a lot of Jewish conspiracism is because the only Jews that they have ever interacted with, in a broader sense, have been Zionist Jews. Should I really be surprised at all that the Houthis believe some of the nonsensical fucking conspiracy theories that exist about Jewish people? It's not a good thing that they believe in those things. But here's the thing. They sort of have interacted only with Zionist Jews, who have basically been constantly bombing their fucking country. So should you really be surprised at all whatsoever that they believe in some of those like ridiculous fucking conspiracy theories? No, you should not be surprised by that whatsoever. Now you may be wondering, well, Daho, why? Why should they be surprised about that? For one reason and one reason only. Because of the fact that as a byproduct of all the support that Israel has been getting, they believe, and all of the propaganda that Israel has also done, saying that, oh, Judaism and Zionism are basically the exact same thing. All Jews are Zionists. So therefore, if you go after Zionists, it's like also going after Jewish people. That is why people consistently say that the conflation between Zionism and Judaism is an extremely fucking dangerous one. Because guess what? Now you're giving justifications to groups like the Houthis to essentially just say that, well, I mean, who gives a fuck about all these fucking all the Jewish people who maybe or may not be fucking Zionists? All of them essentially act the exact same way because Israel said that they are a representation of every fucking Jewish person. That's the fucking problem behind the conflation, Destiny. But do you understand that? No, because you have to be spiteful against the left.
It's probably a problem.
This is a fucking insane thing to say out loud. Arabs in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire bloodlines while stealing entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family members slaughtered. Their homes stolen with all of their possessions inside. If someone came to your house with guns, murdered a few members of your family, and then forced the rest of you to leave with just the shirt on your back while they kept your house and all your stuff, your hatred of those people would not be based on any fucking conspiracy.
And guess what? You know what Destiny would also say? Because Destiny owns a bunch of guns. You would start fucking shooting at them and defending yourself and your property, Destiny. And guess what? You have legal protections for that under the Second Amendment. You can do that if you want. I believe you live in fucking Florida. Even Florida law would protect you from doing that. Arabs and Palestinians do not have the same within Israel. They don't have those same rights.
And this is not ancient history. There are people still alive today that were displaced during the Nakba, and many more from 1967 when Israel did it all again. These are victims of Western colonialism and a cult of Jewish supremacy. But this kind of dismissive bullshit doesn't work on American supporters of Palestine either. People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale. It's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control.
And like I said before, this is why the conflation between Judaism and Zionism, between Jews and fucking Zionists, is incredibly fucking dangerous. Why this conflation is as bad as it is. Because when people are saying that Jewish people are having an outsized control, as Professor Dave is saying, they're not talking about Jews as a person, right? They're talking specifically about Zionists, because it turns out a lot of Zionist influences are within the United States of America. But here someone with, like Destiny will say, like, oh, well, that's an anti-Semitic fucking conspiracy theory. It's like, well, no, you dumbass. It's obvious and clear that a lot of the interests within America, amongst the military-industrial complex, and throughout various fucking bills and decisions made economically speaking, are that within mind of Israel. That's an obvious doy situation. The problem is if you say that, oh, well, you're just saying that because you're fucking anti-Semitic. You're an anti-Semite little piece of shit. It's like, well, no. It's because it's fairly clear and obvious through the behavior of Israel that, guess what? Yeah, they are doing a bunch of bullshit in order to sway American public opinion. And they've admitted to this themselves, that they will do anything to sway American public opinion on their side. They've literally said this themselves, man, but for whatever reason, this all just goes over Destiny's head.
Most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant that to deny it is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape, while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want, and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, the Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do?
By the way, you want to know why CBS is broadly speaking seen as a dog shit fucking news platform? Oh, it's because of Bari Weiss, because she fucking... Guys, it turns out a Zionist fucking freak like Bari Weiss, not very good at running a newsroom.
When she got there, she gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley, who publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh? Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government.
Oh, man. Incredible how it all fucking circles back around. Nice attempt at doing slander there, Destiny. You fucking idiot.
Government. To deny the overwhelming Israeli influence on American politics is even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent $126 million supporting pro-Israel candidates and smearing anyone who...
Which I believe they're going to definitely be set to eclipse during the fucking midterms. Yeah. I mean, look at literally Haley Stevens. How much fucking money has she alone received from AIPAC? I think it's been about $50 million.
Who dares utter a word against them, which is why not a single Republican senator or representative, and even very few Democrats, will publicly oppose Israel. This is a foreign country severely influencing U.S. elections and undermining the democratic process. This shit runs so deep that it even trickles down to positions that have nothing to do with foreign policy. Check out this clip from when Mamdani was running for mayor of New York. Hey, candidates, first foreign visit as mayor. Where would you go?
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant.
And like I said before, this is pretty much the main... This is one of the main reasons why Zoran Mamdani ended up winning the mayoralship of New York. Because it turns out, Destiny, everyone is sick and tired of Israel's fucking bullshit.
Where would you go first? Right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
All of them...
Quick reminder, by the way. You want to know what the debate moderators did instantly after that answer that question? An answer which pretty much clinched Zoran the mayoralship of New York. They instantly had a conniption about it, talking about like, oh, well, you know, Zoran, do you not think that the... that Israel should not be a fucking a Jewish state? Like, what's going on here? Like, why would you say the particular thing of saying that you would not head to Israel then? Why would you say such things like you would stay within New York as the mayor of New York? That's a little suspicious. Instantaneously, they started asking that fucking question. But Destiny, do you care about that? No, because you're a stooge.
Except Mamdani would visit Israel. They're so excited and so proud to brag about how much they love Israel, the genocidal ethno-state, and how, as the mayor of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that? This isn't the president, not the secretary of state, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor. It makes no sense. Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken. Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you'd mentioned anti-Semitism less. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or importance debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You helped me deprogram from my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie. Avi is a Zionist douche, using the Zionist playbook of deception and victimization. And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the 2 key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that...
Buddy, This is the fucking problem. We have already constantly stipulated our definitions between the difference between Zionism and fucking Judaism. You are doing the fucking conflation here, bud. And this is why people tend to fucking shit on you all the time and say, I think Destiny might be a bit of a fucking Israeli propagandist. I think he might have gotten paid in order to disseminate a bunch of fucking propaganda for Israel. This is why people say the things that they say about you, Destiny.
That Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just...
Fucking incredible that he says that about anti-Zionists who are trying to debunk Zionist fucking claims. When he's describing Zionists to a T, they will always defer back to the fucking Holocaust at any point in time that they can, in order to, well, gaslight you into fucking believing that, actually, our actions and positions are totally justifiable. It's incredible to me, dude. Like, parroting the Zionist fucking talking points and beliefs.
But whatever.
That's right, folks. I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior. Any assault on Zionism must be an assault on Judaism as a whole because they say so.
Again, and we've talked about constantly the problem with this fucking conflation that Destiny is doing here, and in fact is incredibly anti-Semitic in of itself. But does Destiny care about that? No, because he does anything possible to get the pathetic digs on the left that he wants.
Matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is. Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping the benefits of its imperialism, and there are countless anti-Zionist Jews. Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world. But there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them?
They get beaten. Yep. I've seen that exact same clip. Beaten by the police. For saying what exactly? Oh, expressing their own fucking religious belief, Destiny. But I thought you cared about free speech. What happened, Destiny? I thought we cared about, like, basic liberal values and principles. Illiberal fuck.
Serves those anti-Semites right, don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox Jews. That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology.
How dare they?
They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who conflates Judaism with Zionism or anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Israel constantly does, and as Destiny just did, is a worthless anti-Semitic piece of shit. Zionism is anti-Semitism. I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history to justify imperialism, apartheid.
This is fucking great that Professor Dave is saying this, because I have also been consistent in this fucking definition. Again, there is nothing about saying that Zionism is a political ideology is anti-Semitic. In fact, you doing that conflation of saying that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism is the real fucking danger. But then again, since we're talking specifically about Zionists, of course, they do not give a flying fuck at all about these fucking conflations, and will very often just weaponize it for themselves. The fucking freaks.
And genocide. And Zionism is responsible for the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy as Nazism is to white supremacy. They are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. I guess Destiny's little pea brain isn't big enough to wrap his head around that. Are you really implying that anyone who's Jewish can lie about science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite?
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
Avi lies a bunch about science. I exposed his lies, and in response, he just called me an anti-Semite. Exactly like the Zionist lobby.
Yeah, by the way, literally, that's the exact same behavior that every fucking Zionist dumb fuck does all the time. Sorry, you're saying a narrative that doesn't really jive well with all of my dumb fucking propaganda. I'm just gonna call you an anti-Semite instead. It's like, God, he's a little fucking weasel. Esteban Bonoblo here is.
That banned me from Twitter and tried to smear me for exposing their lies and propaganda. Same tactic. Literally 1 minute prior, you listened to Avi say he puts a viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims, while making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that. He was exposed by me, therefore I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass? Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this tirade angle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic. It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this...
Yeah, because he definitely does not know the fucking history about this. Professor Dave is, again, correct. Ashkenazi Jews are not Semitic. That is period, end of story. That's just a fucking fact. This is how it is. That's how it's been religiously defined. That has been obviously defined throughout, I don't know, like... years upon years of fucking history. And if we're talking about who are the fucking Semitic peoples within the Middle East, it is Palestinians. It is Jewish people who were fucking born within the lands of Israel / Palestine throughout history, not Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews are all from fucking Europe. But I guess that's anti-Semitic in the mind of Destiny. Fucking dumb fuck.
This was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why these Ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't...
Very, very convenient for us to why that is the case, because of one reason and one reason only. Because they have to have a narrative to say that they are actually Semitic in order to continue with the justifications of, ethnic cleansing, and saying that they are... or that they had the land within Israel due to them for thousands upon thousands of years. That is why they do this.
Don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from. Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously. But over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is in stark contrast with Palestinians, who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity.
It's almost as if Destiny does not fucking understand at all any of the fucking goddamn history behind any of the Jewish fucking exiles that have happened throughout various fucking years. Shocker, I know.
Along with Mizrahi Jews, who, by the way, experience systemic discrimination in Israel, which is socially and politically dominated by European Ashkenazi Jews. It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, wouldn't you say? You can talk about the etymology of the word anti-Semitism all you want, and that's totally fine, but the facts regarding biology remain, and that was the main point I was making. Europeans pretending to be Middle Eastern has the same vibe as some Karen in Massachusetts bragging about being 3% Cherokee Indian. This claim to ancestral land that Zionists espouse in order to justify murdering people and stealing their homes is total horseshit. We all originated in Africa, so white people should be able to steal African homes too, yeah? A little moot since Africa was very recently the victim of European colonialism for about 100 years, but still, the logic stands. Hey, Avi, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbro tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to instantly minimize tenfold. What does that have to do with it? What does being a lying, manipulative, gaslighting fraud in order to get away with scientific fraudulence have to do with this political ideology that involves lying and manipulating and gaslighting constantly in order to get away?
I love how Destiny also just has, like, basically no argument for any of the point. He just, like, does the little fucking smuckle. You know, he just, like, smuckles like a little far-right weirdo, like the little far-right weirdo that he is, and provides, like, basically no pushback whatsoever in terms of what Dave is basically saying. Like, what do you have to say about that, Destiny? Why didn't you say anything? No argument? I thought you were good at arguing. I thought you were good at debating. What happened? What happened?
Away with war crimes? That's a serious question.
My thing, can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but if you really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big... I think it's actually a pretty deep argument.
Well, no, unironically, yes. To be anti-Zionist is not to be anti-Semitic. It is to be bro-Semitic. This is in-fucking-credible, dude. Yeah, sure, Ben. In whatever demented interpretation that you have for as to what Semites are, totally Destiny. Very, very cool.
you meant. But most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith? I'd love to see that. There's nothing deep about it. Anyone with a moral compass is anti-Zionist. Many Jews have a moral compass. Are you seeing the Venn diagram?
Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country? Like, I don't even know if that's like a position that people have. I think people are generally just like, oh yeah, I mean, they should, but I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. I don't know, but I mean, we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have, like, a unique perspective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
You're kind of missing the point here, champ.
That's literally, that's not even what was being mentioned here. Why the fuck are we talking about a Kurdish state? That's always going to be portrayed by the United States anyway. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Hello? Okay, dude.
This is the old, but why can't Jews have a country bullshit talking point. First, ethnostates are bad. Equality is good. Supremacy of any group of people over another being codified into the laws of a nation.
Oh, so by the way, you want to know who the people were who were trying to get a Kurdish fucking state? I don't remember what the fucking name of it is. God, why am I fucking Rojava? There we go. Yeah. Funny thing about fucking Rojava, Destiny. You know what they do constantly within Rojava? You know, as a part of like the Constitution, not the Constitution, but as a part of the not the rules, but the law within Rojava. They inherently make it focus upon human rights, which and you know, basically like equality for all and everything, right? Very, very much so. Very libertarian, very fucking left-leaning. But, you know, Rojava? Whatever. That's not... they shouldn't have a fucking state or whatever. They should just eat a bunch of shit. Because, you know, that would mean... I don't know, like... God, I'm so fucking pissed about this. It's also getting late. But, you know, like the Rojavans, they shouldn't have a fucking state. Only the Ashkenazi Jews should have their fucking ethno-supremacist sort of state. Even though the Rojavans have said that they will live peacefully amongst all of the populations within Kurdistan or within Rojava or however it be like sort of constructed. If it happens. Probably won't happen because of various reasons. But whatever. Even though that has been stipulated by the Rojavans in the past before, you know, but Israel having its own nation, that's totally fine. Its own ethno-supremacist fucking state, nah, that's totally fine, no problem. Rojavans, nah, fuck that shit. It's too hard to make the fucking argument for that, bro. You're just like he's just a fucking racist. He just hates fucking Muslim people. That's like literally all that it is with Destiny.
Is bad. But way more important is the fact that this particular ethno-state was established on inhabited land through the slaughtering and dispossession of the indigenous population. That's the more bad part. If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust, and over 80% of the country is open land, very few people would have had a problem with that. It's the ethnic cleansing that's got everyone upset. Do you get it now?
The real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel, because that's the only Jewish country.
No, we're saying that...
No, people are basically saying that, yeah, Israel should not have the unique right in order to do fucking ethnic cleansing of Palestinians within Israel. That's what people are saying when they are being anti-Zionist. They have a problem with the political ideology that justifies the existence of Israel as it is right now. That's what people are talking about, Destiny.
Israel shouldn't have the right to murder and displace anyone they want, the thing they've been doing on a daily basis since the state of Israel was established.
But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims in that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for... It's like really... I don't want to get into this. I don't give a fuck.
You don't want to continue rambling because you sound like an idiot. People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine. Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along just fine. Jews could have emigrated in large numbers to the Levant after the Holocaust and integrated into existing societies, including Palestine. They didn't do that. Zionist militias...
Yeah, the Zionist militias conducted attacks against Palestinian farmers consistently. Listen, because here's the thing. Funnily enough, which Destiny never talks about, when the Ashkenazi Jews were actually coming over into Palestine, they were actually getting along with the Palestinians within the area. They were getting along. They were having community with one another. Not really many problems. And then the more extreme fucking Zionists started to come over. And what happened? Oh, any form of cooperation or community that these two communities possibly could have had started to instantaneously evaporate. Well, what happened? It seems like there's a consistent through line for as to what may have caused all of the tensions. Destiny? It's almost as if the problem is Zionism. Shocker, I know.
Went in and started murdering and stealing everything. Pretty big difference. Anyway, at this point, Stevie got tired, realized that my video on Avi was hard science wall-to-wall, except for the 2 or 3 comments I made on his Zionism, which he failed miserably to address honestly, and he spent the rest of the stream, which was the overwhelming majority of the stream, looking at something else. Of course, that didn't stop him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those clicks, right, Steven? Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tidbits. Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like...
yeah, that's a classic, again, from Destiny. One of the reasons why he ended up getting permanently banned, this was him talking about Kyle Rittenhouse here specifically, which, again, just to go over that specifically, Kyle Rittenhouse decided to come up from Wisconsin up into Minnesota. I believe it was Minnesota. It's been a while since I fucking talked about this stuff. He drove up from there, decided to join some right-wing fucking militias. They lost track of him, and then he ended up shooting 2 fucking protesters. In every single fucking goddamn instance, in terms of the BLM fucking protests, that Kyle Rittenhouse fucked up. The only instance where you can make the argument for as to where Kyle Rittenhouse was in the technical aspect of the law, in the correct, whereas where the literal moment he decided to pull the trigger against the protesters that were trying to grab the fucking weapon from him to make him basically fuck off. That is literally it. And even then, that is shaky in of itself. But based off of the law within the sort of local area, he can make the argument in court that he is correct there. But in every single case and instance that led up to Kyle Rittenhouse murdering, I believe it was 2 protesters, he is just completely and utterly in the wrong.
White redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing. Because holy shit, this fucking shit
no
needs to
different
stop.
than
It
a far
needed to stop a long
righter
time
here.
ago.
White supremacists should mass murder protesters. They have Destiny's blessing. What a great guy. Now let's shift from the disgusting
Liberal,
to the
by the
creepy.
way.
This will be courtesy of another creator named Ryan Beard, who seems to have already done the deep dive on this stuff.
A common defense.
Yeah, this is a, again, old fucking stuff here, but this is probably impertinence to Destiny messaging a bunch of very, very young OFE girls. Interesting. I wonder why he's doing that.
That Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old.
And also, by the way, he's done weird shit in the past, like during the old StarCraft days, with his like stream buddies, where he went on a fucking Skype call with a fucking 15-year-old and was telling them to do weird shit. It's an old clip. I'd have to try to fucking find it. But it was a very, very fucking old clip of him during his fucking StarCraft days. Not to mention all the current stuff going on around his lawsuit with all the revenge porn, where he was in contact with a 19-year-old like a 34-year-old at the time, with a 19-year-old OnlyFans fucking model. Let that fucking sink in. I don't know. For some reason, Destiny, I hear you like him young.
In a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
Of this chat log, I was talking to a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation
I never
to?
admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me or was sending me pictures of herself and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Did you get all that? Don't worry. It gets
sus.
The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
Yes. That's the old... It wasn't a... Wait, it was an 8-year-old. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, dude. Nice meme.
I should tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad, okay? Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before, we're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around just on TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do, like, a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at, like, an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen.
Yeah, don't just immediately quit the stream or anything. Really soak in that prepubescent penis. But at least he's not grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right? But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context, so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of
Yes, I'll just let Ryan Breed say it, dude.
Grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming has to be a slow process.
Okay, that's weird, but those are just words and not actions, right?
Alright, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent, and in his messages to his Discord kitten Rose is Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked the guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, lol. Did I ever send it to you?" He has a history of calling 15-year-old
a little fucking weird. I wonder why you would say that to your fucking weird Discord kitten there. I don't know, Destiny. Why would you say all this stuff? You know, just saying, like, listen, dude. And I do think that he's probably going to lose his revenge porn case. I mean, he's been constantly talking about how he's been going broke, paying for lawyers. Case must not be going very, very well for him. I do think that he's probably going to fucking lose that shit. And if Destiny does go financially destitute because of this fucking lawsuit, the world will be better off for it.
Attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally, Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side.
Oh,
yeah, I didn't feel like spending a lot of time on this since it's not the point of the video, but that's a tidy summary. Sexual assault would be the big one, but he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior from him. I'll link to that Ryan Beard video and this Substack post if anyone cares to follow up and get more details. I just wanted to briefly make people aware that there is...
Yeah, this guy's a fucking freak, dude. Yeah, this is, again, that's the current revenge porn lawsuit that Destiny has against him by Pixie, one of the quote-unquote female gamers that Destiny had in his, like, quote-unquote fucking harem that he had. Yeah, that's who he has a bunch of fucking revenge porn on.
There is a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with Destiny's genocide denial, so it's a rich tapestry. Speaking of being a sexual predator who supports Israel, do you think there could be a connection there? After all, Israel is a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. That's a whole separate rabbit hole we won't go down, but this is a very well-documented fact that foreign sex offenders can...
This happened... Oh, by the way, American fucking citizens use this shit all the time to skip their fucking trials. There's a history of doing this. Who's to say? Listen, Destiny took that fucking propaganda trip. He's got a bunch of friends within Israel. He could probably get away with it, you know? Maybe. Just maybe.
Relocate to Israel and exploit its laws to evade justice. Especially Zionist Jews, of course. Maybe that's why he's getting so cozy with Israel? Food for thought. Did you know that Destiny has a son? He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which actually hates Jews and flirts with Holocaust denial. Destiny is such a shit dad that his son rebelled against him by becoming an actual anti-Semite who entertains Holocaust denial. How fucking hilarious is that? Anyway, we can go ahead and wrap things up here. There's no point in trying to summarize everything we went over regarding Israel, but we can say a few last things about people like Destiny. This desperate insistence of conflating Zionism and Judaism is a Hasbara tactic. It is a Zionist talking point that is used to deflect from crimes against humanity. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Trying to insulate Zionists from criticism by shouting anti-Semitism is itself anti-Semitism. It is a deflection from the very obvious facts that incriminate Zionists, which reveal who they are and what they're doing, something that any anti-Zionist Jew will gladly tell you. So when someone accuses someone else of being a Nazi simply for opposing what is essentially Nazism, they sound like a moron. So go ahead, Steven. Do your little reaction video to this. Make an even bigger fuss about what a vile Jew-hating neo-Nazi I must be. Dig yourself even deeper into this hole, because what you think you're doing to me, you're doing to yourself. You are exposing yourself as a disgusting supporter of genocide, because almost everyone knows what Israel is, and now they will know what you are too. Watch your viewership bleed out until you are left completely alone in your support for the most indefensibly evil people on the face of the earth, committing the most vile atrocities being enacted today. Shout into the void about what a progressive liberal person you are for thinking that tens of thousands of children deserve to be slaughtered like animals. It will be a fate entirely of your own doing. So there it is, my Israel video. May the monsoon of hateful comments from brainwashed Zionists commence, just like the brainwashed anti-vaxxers, climate change deniers, and every other delusional troll that infests my channel without having the courage to press play and learn something. I really don't give a shit. For the rest of you, I hope there was something informative and useful in here that you can use to help others see the truth about Israel. As always, thanks for watching.
Well, speaking of some of the responses by Destiny, because, there were certainly responses by Destiny. Destiny justifies a far-right Israeli politician's quote, claiming there are no innocent children in Jenin in the West Bank, while reacting to Professor Dave's video. Appears to argue that children aren't innocent in specific areas. Children. Children, Destiny. Still continuing down the same rabbit hole.
Defense killing of Palestinian family. A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this.
Jenin.
Okay, so this is that's a fairly unhinged quote, but like this is like this Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide.
Really? Are you sure about that? Do they fucking say that? Also, your Palestinian tour guide was probably Nas Daily, if I were to take a guess, who's a Palestinian Israeli, who does daily fucking Hasbra every single moment that he can for Israel. Yeah, dude, your Palestinian fucking tour guide, Nas Daily. Okay, bro.
Guy that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin. That's like, I'm not saying that that's an acceptable quote, but that's like I think I see it as like one of the most like you're gonna get fucking rocked if you go to this place. So it's probably more.
Really, I wonder why people might be getting rocked if you decide to go to that place. Isn't Jenin one of the most aggressive sort of areas for a bunch of like Zionist sort of settlements? I wonder why. I wonder why they may be particularly aggressive there. Could be any possible reason whatsoever.
More specific to this area. Again, still like not the best quote, but a little bit different than saying all children in the West Bank are.
Really. Fucking still justifying the fucking position. Incredible to me. Here, Defense's infamous "I'm pro-genocide" comment and crashes out on a chatter who tells them that he's saying he's pro-genocide isn't a good look. I will say things that I'm pro-genocide and I will stand by it. Why don't we take a look at this?
With this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Well. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about right.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
First of all, I like that this fucking, I like that this quote was before October 7th, so I had no clue even that much about Israel, and I had no, obviously there wasn't the parasite on all the attention on these, on anything related to Palestine, number one. But number two, this is essentially their position just reversed, where they're like, well, both sides are probably going to genocide each other anyway, so it should just be like an Arab state, and maybe they have to kill all the Jews out for it to succeed.
That's not the fucking position at all of anyone who's anti-Zionist or anyone who talks about the one-state solution. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, they're talking about having equal rights for both Palestinians and Jewish people, which is a position of, what you're supposed to believe as a fucking liberal. Destiny, again, you're supposed to be a liberal. You're supposed to believe in human rights, in the structure of liberal internationalism. But for some reason, very conveniently, you don't tend to believe in that when it comes to, your weird defenses of Israel, because again, you're a spite-filled little freak.
Like, it is the opposite position. But it's also very obvious here that my position is like, I don't know, man, it doesn't sound like there's a solution. It seems like pretty shitty. I don't know, I guess if one side's gonna kill each other, I mean, I'd probably side with the Israelis over the Arabs. They have like 60 states anyway. Do they really need a 60 verse? I mean, obviously we don't want either side.
Literally, just his intention of saying that he would rather side within a liberal state, a fucking state that blatantly does not agree with his ideology, in the intention of saying like, yeah, you know what, it's totally natural and normal to want to support the fucking Israelis in this conflict, mostly created by their own fucking policies. Yeah, you're supposed to fucking support them. Very, very interesting here, Destiny.
To genocide them, but The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro.
Yeah, maybe don't say things like that, to be fair. No, I will say things like that, and I'll stand by it, because the people on your side literally watch terrorist fucking videos and they cheer them on. So suck a fucking dick. It is such the tone.
Yeah, man, totally. That's totally something that's fucking happening. Yeah, all the lefties are quote-unquote cheering on terrorist fucking videos. Dude, I'm sorry that active fucking resistances are not going to be, like, as pretty or palatable in your fucking mind because of the fact that these people have been getting genocided for the past, let's double check, 80 fucking years? Yeah, 80 fucking years. Psycho.
Policing by you loser fucks that also don't care about this conflict and don't know anything about it. Like, maybe you shouldn't actually say you're pro genocide. We'll say here with your fucking...
Bro, Destiny, it's extremely fucking clear that your dumbass hardly knows what's going on in this fucking this fucking conflict. You have made it very, very clear that you have literally no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Kafayas backwards, and you're in the most retarded fucking statements you could ever make about, like, oh, Hezbollah is just like the government of Lebanon, and blah, blah, blah. Suck a fucking dick. Don't sit here and fucking virtue signal now, okay, when you're cheering for dead Palestinian babies because you can jerk off to them and send your fucking friends online. Get the fuck out of here, fucking retards.
Genocide.
Bro, Destiny, you literally jerk off to dead fucking Palestinian babies all the fucking time right now, you stupid fucking moron. You literally justify the actions of Israel all the fucking time. What the fuck are you talking about? You unironically jerk off to the fucking signs of dead Palestinian babies because all you do is spread a bunch of fucking pro-Israel propaganda. You fucking freak. Literally, you did a propaganda trip to Israel. You have talked with all their fucking former politicians. You unironically do debates on the pro-Israeli side who constantly kill a bunch of fucking children and laugh about killing babies. You unironically also did defenses. Gave fucking pointers to a bunch of teenagers who are about to get drafted in the IDF, saying like, hey guys, maybe, just maybe, radical idea, maybe you should not be filming that shit while you're doing all your fucking goddamn war crimes. Just saying, you know, giving a bunch of advice, aiding and abetting all of the clear Zionistic imperialistic actions of the ethno state of fucking Israel. Just saying, buddy, you are the one who's aiding and fucking abetting here. Here, final fucking goddamn meme. He also responds to a chatter skeptical of his trip to Israel. Given the opportunity to go back in time, I will prefer the Israeli side 100-0, obviously. The only reason that he says this is just because he is spiteful. That's literally it. And then he's talking about what? Israel, the Israeli side of this conflict is 1 trillion times more compatible with Western values. What fucking Western values? Destiny, you are a fucking liberal. What Western values of the Enlightenment, of broader liberal internationalism, does Israel fucking agree with? Oh, none of it? None of it. You're not a fucking liberal. You are a liar.
I don't know if I'm stupid, but even though I agree with you on almost everything here, the whole Israel trip felt like a weird whitewashing of Israel. Even though you argued with the crazy people there, it had a very weird vibe to it. That's because Israel is nowhere near as fucked up and crazy and bad as you've been told that it is constantly over here. They definitely do bad things, and they're not beyond reproach. But, like, given the opportunity to go back in time when I said, well, both sides are going to genocide each other, but, you know, I guess I'd probably prefer the Israeli side to the Palestinian side, 100-0, obviously. Like, the Israeli side...
In-fucking-credible, man. Incredible. Just wholeheartedly just admitting to saying, like, yeah, man, you know, I totally would prefer the fucking Israeli side in comparison to that of the Palestinian side. You know, those that are getting fucking genocided. Incredible, man. Like, in every instance that this motherfucker can be, like, a Weasley little fucking piece of shit, he just constantly is.
Side of this conflict is 1 trillion times more compatible with Western values, Western democracy, culture values, whatever the fuck else you want to say.
By the way, literally, this is the exact same talking point. The exact same fucking point that every far-right Christian nationalist fucking freak constantly says in terms of justifying the actions of fucking Israel. Very interesting that Destiny is, I guess, agreeing with a bunch of far-right nationalists and MAGA fucking freaks. I thought he didn't like conservatives and conservatism. What happened? What happened?
Than the Hamas side of it, and you're just if you have to even stop and think about that for a microsecond, you've lost the plot so much that you're just brain fucked on the entire Middle East. But most people don't give a fuck.
Fucking says Destiny, who did a propaganda trip to Israel. Okay, buddy. Yeah, totally. All the other people who are saying, like, yeah, I don't know about some of your, like, propaganda that you were saying to defend Israel. It seems like, it seems a little sussy. It seems a little weird. This motherfucker pretends to be a liberal, by the way. He's a liberal, guys. Totally a liberal.
fuck about the Middle East and don't know about the Middle East and don't care about the Middle East. So
Fucking
I don't know if I'm stupid.
Unironically, this shit coming from fucking Destiny is hilarious to me. And here, final fucking meme in all of this.
But I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank?
Yeah, when I was like 21 years old. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there are fucking chicks that look like they're 18 when they're younger. What do you want me to say?
Destiny, if you were 21 at that fucking time, still talking with a fucking 18-year-old, saying that they look hot as fuck, despite the fact that they are 15 years of age, that's still a bad thing, Destiny. That's bad. That's bad. Who cares if they were fucking 18? A 21-year-old talking with an 18-year-old, everyone would look at that and say, or getting sexual with an 18-year-old, rather, is bad. It's bad. Period. End of story, Destiny. That's not a good thing, you dumbass. So I guess Destiny, if he was a 21-year-old, you know, it would have been totally okay with talking with like 18-year-olds or something. Is that what he's basically saying here? He's trying to basically downplay the fact that as a 21-year-old, he was like, I don't know, having like sexualized fucking conversations with 18-year-olds. Is that what you're implying here, Destiny? That's a little weird. That's period, end of story. Bad, Destiny. That's bad, 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 bad. But what else is there to really say? Professor Dave here has done a very good, very solid, you know, deconstruction in terms of not only what Israel fucking thinks and believes, but also what that dumb fucking freak Destiny does in order to justify the actions of fucking Israel. And he's gonna bluster about it, and all his like dumb fuck cult sycophantic fucking weirdos are going to say that, oh, Professor Dave is just totally lying here in terms of Destiny's fucking positions. He's just doing this because he wants to get out some far left fucking audience with all those like weirdo little freak Hassan orbiter weirdos. Nah. And I have no doubt that they're probably going to also say the exact same thing when they come here as well. Hi, Destiny viewers, you're all a bunch of fucking freaks, and no one fucking likes you. One thing needs to be said for certain. Destiny, you are a fucking freak. The reason why nobody fucking fucks with you anymore, and the reason why people, generally speaking, hate your fucking guts now, it's because you are a psycho. You are a psychopath. That is your fucking problem, Destiny. And you are wholeheartedly willing to decide to do anything possible in order to have a spite drive at the left. And that's what this is all about, fundamentally speaking. It is all about being as spiteful as possible against the lefties who he thinks has basically spurned him for the fact that he was not able to build a monopoly around himself in terms of content creation in the streaming environment, because that's the actual problem that Destiny has with the left. He's just mad about the fact that he couldn't get his fucking content monopoly when Lefty Twitch Poll was emerging during 2019 when he was doing all of the fucking goddamn debates against the Nazis. That's literally it. That is the biggest problem with fucking Destiny, is his fucking spite and jealousy. And he will continue to be a fucking spiteful little freak against the left, probably up until the day that he dies. Because guess what? He has lost all motion with normie fucking content creators, with most other fucking streamers, because everyone, broadly speaking, understands that he is nothing more than a fucking sexually deviant fucking freakazoid, and that he's nothing more than a gigantic fucking sociopath. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. You know, I've been just getting constant likes over and over and over again, just farming, like, Destiny orbiters and little fucking freaks. I think I'm just gonna keep doing it. Fuck these motherfuckers. All these fucking pieces of shits are complete fucking morons and freaks. They don't deserve any fucking sympathy, these fucking wretches. These subhumans. We need about 200 per second. I've just been farming this whole time. It's because we don't have the better pumps. That's why we're having problems right now. That should work. I think. Okay. 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 I need this damn water for the irrigation and the fucking other shit to work. Oh, I checked the wrong one. Fuck my life. Okie dokie. Okay, everything's working. Or at least should be working. And then why are the pumps not going? Is it because the shitters are filled with water? Nah, they're filled with water. That's right. So that gives me filling these things with water is a 50% increase to production. But the problem that we're having now is that we just don't have enough seeds. Each one of these produces, I believe, about 6 of each seed per minute. Alright, they produce 60 per minute. Do I just not have any? Yeah, I just don't have enough seeds. Each one of these produces 30 or consumes about 30 per minute. Oh wait, do I have to really separate all of them into each separate fucking thing? Or is it because it's just being stupid? You're 30 per minute, you're 30 per minute. Okay, you're also 30 per minute. That's a little weird. Okay. All these dumbasses are working as intended. Why are you offline? Oh, because you're too full. Okay, so we are actually producing more than enough. We're good now. Lovely. Some of these shitters do not have the water they need quite yet. Because we have to just make the exact same long-ass dumb fucking pipeline. So that should be all good then. Should be. And then we're producing a bunch of biomass. Lovely, fantastic. 90 per minute. 7.5 times 16 is 120. So this one machine will not be able to keep up. So this should be 80. There. That'll take care of that. Lovely. How much biomass per minute does this make? 80 per minute. I don't need to open a new tab. Bio coal. Or I should just say coal. Why is it 37.5? Why do you have to be such an ugly number? So what, for the 80 per minute that we're producing, we can essentially get an additional 90 coal per minute. That's not bad. Was it worth this whole exercise? I mean, we're going to get some extra. So, fuck it. It's fine. I think it's fine. Ugh, man. It's late. Yeah, it's late. I think I will cover the White House Correspondence dinner then tomorrow then. 'Cause I am fucking EP. Boo. Alright, who the fuck are we reading out to? Maybe I didn't need to go through the entirety of the Israel part of Professor Dave's video, but whatever. Who to read out to today? Let's read out to USA Whole. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus, the Transstrad with the Daho Raidba. If you are a non-sub, you say the Wow with the Daho Raidba. That's how we show appreciation to those Rain 20K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.